Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Best Bet Live. This is Arlie Johnson with you. We've got a very special live stream tonight. We are on our inaugural 2023 Run Good Poker Series. This is the final table of our main event. This is a $1,200 no-limit hold'em tournament. The event came with a $300,000 guaranteed prize pool, but thanks to everybody that participated, we crushed the guarantee. The total prize pool for this main event ended up at $653,120. 628 players participated in this main event. And with that, we are now down to our final 9 players, and let's introduce them all to you. We're going to go from the 1 seat all the way around to the 9 seat. Starting at the 1, he came into day 2 as our chip leader to start the day. He is still here at the final table, currently 2nd overall in chips. He has $3,200,000. From Orlando, Florida, please welcome Joshua Wang. In our 2 seat sits our current short stack, but you see that things can happen and change drastically at these tables. He has a count of $1,035,000. Hailing from Jacksonville now, but originally from beautiful, historic Barrington, Rhode Island. Please welcome David Saul Vogel. In our 3 seat, another local from right here in Jacksonville. There are several of them. A chip count of $1,540,000. Please give a round of applause to Chuck Kelly. Our 4 seat hails from just over the state line in Woodbine, Georgia. His chip count at $1,585,000. Please give a warm welcome to Demas Martinez. In our 5 seat, a chip count very similar to Chuck and Demas, $1,535,000 for him. He is from St. John's, Florida. Please give a warm welcome to GT Jack Sumner. In our 6th seat, at $2,415,000 in chips, also from right here in Jacksonville. Please give a round of applause to Antoine Prince. From the 7th seat is our chip leader, $3,770,000. He's from North Augusta, South Carolina. Please welcome T. Cruz. In our 8th seat, from Silva, North Carolina, he has $1,140,000 in chips. Please welcome Toby Boas. And rounding out our field, originally from Amelia, Louisiana, but now living here in Jacksonville, he stands at $2,545,000 in chips. Please give a round of applause for Marvin Thomas. All right, gentlemen, next person out will be 9th place. And that person will make $11,977. That is next person out. Of course, that is not at all what any of you are playing for. What all of you are playing for is the top prize. First place today, $119,773, plus that gorgeous trophy and the Run Good ring as well. So good luck to all of you for capturing all of that.
Thanks.
We are going to resume play with the button in the 6th seat. That is on Antoine with the button. We still have 11 minutes remaining at blind level, 25,000 small blind, 50,000 big blind, 50,000 ante. Dakota is your dealer. Again, gentlemen, good luck to all of you and congratulations for making it this far. Dakota, shuffle up and deal.
All right, there you hear it from Arlie Johnson. We are getting things going with our final table of the main event. $1,200 no-limit hold'em tournament, the Run Good Poker Series. We're getting things started. My name is Ryan, also known as Country, but your commentators for tonight for this final table is going to be Kelly Slay and Hunter Sitchy. Guys, take it away. Enjoy this final table.
Thank you, Country. Happy to be here again. This is Kelly Slay, also known as the old man of the old man in the beard, but the beard's busy. He's back there in the money in the $500 event that ran today on Sunday, so we're very fortunate to have Hunter Sitchy sitting in the meantime. Most of you guys know him from the stream, playing big cash games. He's also a very accomplished tournament player, and he's going to sit in and give us a lot of insight into how these really good players think. Hunter, say something.
I'm excited to be here. It's the first time in the booth, so we'll see how it goes.
Well, you're going to do a great job, I'm sure of it. So let's see how we're doing. We've got, we've got Tom Cruise here in the seat 7 as a chip leader. Peering at his cards right now, they're at 25,050, and there's a lot of chips on the table. Almost everybody has 20 plus big blinds, and some of them have 50 and 60, almost 80. So we're in for a long night, I'm afraid. Buckle in.
Yeah, I think we'll be here for a while.
Looks like we missed the first hand here, but somebody took one down and got the rail cheering. All right, and we had a really big turnout here. As you guys know, this is the RunGood Poker Series. It's the first time they've come into town, and we absolutely crushed the guarantee. It was a $300,000 guarantee. We ended up with $650,000 in the prize pool, and we're playing for $120,000 up top. So some of these guys are fairly accomplished. Like we have Toby Boaz sitting in the 8th seat. You guys saw him in the final table here recently. Unfortunately made a quick exit. Hopefully he can stick around longer tonight. GT Jack also made a final table back in February. Had a good score. He's a regular. There's Tom Cruise, finished 3rd. I think that was February. So we've got some familiar faces here. Chuck Kelly. Some of you guys know him. He plays a lot of cash here. Chuck, some of you may not know, finished 2nd in a WPT a few years back and won nearly $1 million in that one tournament. So Chuck's no stranger to the final table felt as well.
Definitely a bunch of accomplished players here for sure.
Absolutely. We'll get the rest of these guys in a minute, but now we've got GT Jack hitting top pair on the flop.
Yeah, I think the flat here with King Queen Pre is pretty standard.
What do you think about this C-bet with bottom pair?
A lot of people play like this. They like the small size. It's sort of a bet for information. I'd prefer a check and decide from there, but you know, there are plenty of very accomplished players that could make an argument for c-betting.
Looks like Jack just put in the big raise to see where he is right now, huh?
It looks bluffy. So I would not be surprised if Josh decides to field, but it's starting to get expensive. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, big bet. That was basically pot size raise, right?
I believe it was.
Probably going to shut it down. There you go, GT Jack. Wins a nice pot, gets it started.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. If Toby doubles here, being to Cruz's left, I think things could be very competitive. You know, I also think that a couple of these guys are capable of spinning it up and putting some pressure on Cruz, but right now I expect it to just be T Cruz all gas, and you know, if they keep folding, it's just going to be a blowout.
Yeah,
if they find the call button, things might get interesting.
He doesn't hit the brakes too much when he doesn't have chips. So when he's the chip leader, I expect him to be in a lot of pots and put a lot of pressure on these people, especially the medium stacks. I think Toby's going to be super solid as he always is, starting with 22 big blinds. He'll play the short stack correctly, in my opinion. Some of you guys remember that Toby went to a final table of a WSOP bracelet event. I think it was a 3K event this summer with 10 big blinds and ended up finishing second. In fact, he had a 3-to-1 chip lead heads up. So he had 3/4 of a bracelet around his wrist and unfortunately let it get away. But Toby plays a short stack exceptionally well. Not that 22 is really even that short, but
that event was an extremely tough field, by the way.
Yeah, I would say.
With a totally stacked final table. So.
Yeah. So my point is he's no stranger to being shorter at the final table, and he'll pick his spots very well. I think he's. I don't think I'm going out on a limb here saying he's the most accomplished player here at the final table.
No, I don't think anybody's going to argue that.
No. So Those of you guys watching on the stream, welcome, thank you. Eddie usually is the guy that reads the chat on both sides, and I can barely see it. So Hunter's going to have to take over and help me read some of these chats and answer some of these questions when they come in. Hopefully Eddie's going to stay busy back there. I think they were already in the money in that other tournament. So I told him to take his time, go ahead and win a tournament. He can come in and tag me out later.
Yeah, well, we got an open here from Toby. Ace-6 off looks pretty standard. I imagine Josh is going to be flatting here at this stack depth. I'd be surprised if he 3-bet. Wow, that seems like a pretty tight fold from the cutoff open there, especially with a big blind ante. So maybe he's just being a little more conservative here with the pay jumps coming.
You know, you'll see some players that that maybe aren't quite as accomplished and haven't won as much. They get to these final tables and they get pretty sticky. Pretty nitty, especially early on for trying to get up the ladder before they start getting their chips involved. So you'll see that from time to time. Something that looks like a standard call to somebody that's been there a few times. Sometimes he just stays out of trouble. Doesn't want to get into a pot out of position.
And there's nothing wrong with that. Queen 10 off is thin there.
Yeah.
I do think it's plus EV, but you also have to factor in ICM here. You've got some pay jumps coming up, and we were just discussing that before we came into the booth. I wanted to make sure I understood the payout, so I wasn't saying things that were just complete nonsense, because that really does have a lot to do with how this is going to play out here, because Cruz is so stacked up right now that everybody with a middling stack really has to try to hang on and lock up about 2 or 3 pay jumps before they make a move here.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the small blind did there, and honestly, I'll probably do it myself in his spot. Tom Cruise got jacks here. Let's see if it looks like he's cutting out some 3-bet chips.
Yeah, the thing about Cruz is he's not going to get any credit here, and in this case, it's a good thing. I think a lot of people, if no ICM was involved, would jam in Demas's spot. He's going to go with the more standard approach here and call out of position. It's also totally fine. So we'll see what comes off on the flop here. Already got a million in the middle.
I was going to say, he started with about 30 big blinds, Demas did. And now he's put, 15% of the stack in there with 7s out of position. Seems right on the edge for me.
We'll see what Cruz does here. A lot of guys are just c-betting small with everything here. He might check back.
Well, once he gets flatted out of position by Demas, he's got to think Demas has a fairly strong range. 7's probably one of the worst pairs he's going to show up with. He's got a lot of face cards. Uh-oh, he just putting him right in. Wow. That's ambitious for Tom Cruise, but it worked.
That was not one of the options I was expecting.
No, I didn't see that one coming either. I think that you're just going to narrow Demas's range to the hands that beat you, snap you, and I don't understand that one, but it worked, and he's got all the chips. So.
Well, the thing about that is you might get him off of ace queen there. That was such a huge jam. Queen jack suited. I think he's blocking 2 combos of queen jack suited there, so there's only one left. But
feels like he turned it into a bluff.
Yes. I'm trying to read all these comments, by the way. I'm not trying to ignore you guys out here watching. It's just I didn't realize how tough it was back here. There's a lot going on. It's got a chat on the left, a chat on the right, a bunch of crazy graphics at the bottom. I'm trying to get comfortable back here.
You will.
I see Kevin Wallace saying he appreciates me being back here. Thanks, man.
Yeah,
I'm doing the best I can.
I appreciate having you back here. You're going to add a lot to this telecast for sure. GT Jack with 10s opens under the gun, gets flatted by Marvin with ace 10 suited. Chuck, what did Chuck do? Chuck just flats the ace king in the small blinds. Here's another example of what we're talking about. Guys just don't want to bust right now, right? They want to keep the pot small, wait for the short stacks to bust. I'm going to 3-bet if I'm Chuck, but I'm just saying you see this a lot at final tables where nobody wants to bust and risk elimination until they get a couple of pay jumps here and the money starts to get serious. So we're talking about that ICM pressure, but still, ICM pressure or no, that looked like a great squeeze spot for Chuck.
Yeah, I'm taking ace king to the grave there, but
Yeah, yeah.
you know, Chuck's old school, and he's playing it a little bit more conservative. So
Yeah, and
we'll,
look at
we'll
this.
see if that works out for him. I mean, I've definitely seen people take that approach and level up, stay around for a long time, right? It makes it a little bit harder to win outright, but
Yeah.
with Cruz so stacked up, I mean, there's nothing wrong with trying to level up here.
You know, Eddie and I have this conversation all the time because he plays a little more aggressively than I do, and I tend to avoid the big conflict in these spots, which may explain why I finished 12th a lot.
Yeah. This bet from Demas is pretty interesting here. I mean,
Yeah,
you can have a leading range out of the big blinds. I don't know if 10-3 of spades into 3 people is what I'd be doing here, but
I mean, heads up
yeah.
maybe, but 3. But
yeah, heads up, you're going to be leading quite a bit on a texture like this. Maybe he's got plans on the turn here, 7 of hearts.
Well, that's a good card for him. But Marvin with oh, here he goes.
I don't think Jack's folding.
Wow.
Unless he's concerned that he's got Marvin behind him. I mean, Marvin's going to have some 7x, right? Wow. He released immediately there.
Yeah, he did.
I would have thought about it a little bit there at least.
Yeah.
Marvin's, you know, it's very hard for Marvin to be drawing dead here. I mean, and this is only 695K if the graphics are correct.
Yeah, I mean, this is 14 big blinds with a pot of $1.9 million. I mean, we just got to go here, don't we?
Like I said, the ICM is involved here, but if this is a cash game, I'm for sure snap calling with that.
How did Demas get this? They just
So that
7, exactly.
yeah, that flop lead worked out for him. Yeah, he's going to get credit out of the big blinds with that flop lead.
He got a beautiful turn. Kids, don't try that at home into 4 people.
Yeah, proceed with caution there.
It worked. So okay, you know, here's the other thing that we don't know. Eddie and I say this sometimes. We're sitting in the booth. Some of these guys have been playing together all day and 2 days, right? So there may be some history we don't know about. There may be some live reads we don't know about. There may be some conversation we can't hear. It's easy in here in a vacuum to say what we would do, but sometimes when you're sitting there, you know, your spidey senses start to tingle, and some people are more field players than others. And you know, I would have never even considered leading in Demas' spot, and I don't think I would have folded if I'd have been GT Jack, but just with so many draws out there, he's got pair and a draw, he's got, you know, he can have even 2 pair that got counterfeited. You just never know what the big blind had there, so, but he got it through, so.
Right. You know, a lot of the solver purists and the online guys, they don't really believe in game flow and stuff, but you have to understand the context of the situation, right? We're coming in a little bit late, you know, seeing the final table, right? We don't know what happened the last 8 hours with these guys battling, you know, sometimes shorthanded all the way up until this point, right? You don't know if Demas showed down the nuts in a similar spot over and over again and then just decided to go with a more exotic line there.
Right, and to his credit, most people that take that line probably will have a 7, right?
Oh,
so,
definitely. The population is going to be pretty value heavy there, all things considered.
So that's why, you know, Jack, in some of these, this is a $1,200, you know, price point. Is kind of right in that in between where you seem to get the widest range of players in this price point. Some even satellited in, so you just don't know who you're playing against sometimes, and you don't know what they're capable of or how good they are, quite frankly. So
I don't mean to cut you off here, but that rejam from Saul was money. You know, Cruz is opening everything, and there's less ICM pressure on Saul, and he just took advantage of that and took it down. I mean, that was a great jam from Saul.
Yeah, great. I didn't even see that, so thank you for pointing that out.
Oh, that was crucial for him because he just picked up 5 or 6 big blinds right there. So
yeah, and got T. Cruz to fold a better hand, the dominating hand actually, as the cards lay. So you guys know that you guys are a fan of Tom Cruise. His name is Thomas Carroll. He's been on a little bit of a tear lately. He's had a couple of scores. In fact, as I said, he finished third here in February, so he's playing well and chipped up. He is going to be opening a lot of pots, as Hunter said, and he can fold in those spots when they start to push back. So nice job, Saul. And you're right, Saul came in as what did he have? 20 bigs, it looks like, to start the table. So that's a nice pickup for him.
Some of you might be thinking that King 10 suited fold from Toby was too tight, but this is what happens if you start opening too wide when there are a bunch of other short stackers involved. I mean, Chuck's probably going to 3-bet you. Demas might 3-bet, and then every once in a while you run into a real hand of ace-king here. So Toby saved himself 2 bigs there, and that really adds up when you're trying to level up in these spots.
Yeah, as I said, I really enjoy watching Toby play. He just seems to make the right decision most of the time. Plays super solid. Not that he won't run a bluff if he thinks it'll work, but it's usually solver approved when he does.
Yeah, he's not going to be making many mistakes with this stacked up.
No, and frankly, he's got an edge over this table too, right? So he can avoid some sort of flippy type spots where he's taking a risk and probably chip up with less risk until he gets too short. So I'm interested to see how he handles the table.
I mean, he's just using the power of that outfit right now.
That's money. That's money.
The vibes are strong.
You know, the last stream he was on, he had a scarf that was multicolored, and Angel had made it. His wife Angel, who's also a good player, by the way. Some of you probably already know that, and she had made it. And so when I walked by, I said, "Did Angel make this too?" And he said, "No, we got it in Vietnam." So it's a authentic costume he's wearing here. I guess you'd call it a costume outfit.
Well, yeah, you could tell right away. You just have to feel the power.
Yeah. And you got to have some game to wear that, I'm just going to say.
So another tight fold there, ace-8 suited in the muck from Marvin. But again, he's short, and he's got guys behind him that are trying to put in a lot of light 3-bets. So, yeah, I mean, it's very tough to really be able to say whether or not that's a plus EV open. It's also surprising to see Demas limp cutoff here. Right? You got to be opening that with 28 bigs, even with Cruz in the big blind. Maybe he's just concerned that Cruz is going to be 3-betting big. You know, Cruz can go up to 7 or 8 big blinds there and just put him in a really tough spot over and over again.
What do you think about this call, 9-4 off in the big? Is that a hand you defend?
No, he just checked it there because Demas limped cutoff. So.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
right. You just said that.
He's not that out of line.
All right, I need to let the. Well, I'll say in a second. Wait for this hand to play out. Thank you guys for the comments in the chat. We'll get back to you as much as we can. Just got a lot of action going on here, and without Eddie here, the beard running the show, Hunter and I are we got both hands on the wheel right now to try to get through this opening section. 9-4. Okay, hit the king.
It's a good fold by Cruz. I'm usually going to check call one there in that spot.
Yeah, you may bank 2 pair, right? And or trips. And,
well, just so many flush draws, gutters that Demas could be stabbing with. So I'm going to make him put a few more chips in the pot. But like I said, I don't know the dynamic between these two. Maybe Cruz just has a read that you know, Demas is a little too value heavy there.
Well, as soon as he gets the news that he bet into 3 people with the 10-3 spades,
right?
It'll be there shortly. They all have their buddies on the rail watching the stream. This is a 30-minute delay, by the way, if some of you might be interested about that. And I unfortunately only got to play 1 late reg bullet on Thursday and had a wedding on Friday and Saturday, so I'm dragging a little bit today, boys, but I didn't pad the guarantee like I usually do. And we still got $650,000 in the prize pool. GT Jack opening.
This is a great fold from Antoine, King 9 suited. I'm definitely not finding the muck with that.
And Antoine has how many bigs? Antoine has 48 bigs. Wow. Okay. Like I said, some of these guys, they're just going to stay out of the fray unless they have a super strong hand until some of the short stacks either double or bust. And the medium stacks are going to try to keep the pot small, and Tom Cruise is going to be trying to put as much pressure on the medium stacks as he possibly can. So this is going to be a fun dynamic to watch play out.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, very disciplined call from Toby here out of the big blind. If people are opening too wide, he's got the perfect stack size to ship it, but normally the solver is going to say that range starts around ace-8 off, ace-9 off, so he decided to peel here. So again, we've got a 7-high flop, 7-6-3 rainbow, and
Toby's right out.
Yes, so this has become a lot more common the last 2 or 3 years. People have realized that 7-high flops are lower, especially if they're unpaired. You can do a lot of leading here out of the big blind.
So he leads about a third of the pot, and GT Jack peels with the king-queen off with no backdoor flush. What do you think about that?
Solver versus solver violence, you just never fold it. You're only supposed to fold this flop like 8% of the time if Toby leads here. So king high is going to be a call on the flop, and then a lot of times you're supposed to call the turn as well, but very, very few people will ever do that.
Yeah, and once again, a great turn card for the big blind's range. See if Toby comes with another shell and what the size is if he does. I'm expecting about half pot here. Toby takes his time. He thinks his way through it. Usually not any timing tells here. I've seen him take all this time and put a bet in with the nuts. I've seen him do it with bluffs.
This is a tricky spot because jamming would totally be acceptable. 830K into 590K. You could definitely put a range together like that. I also think that betting like third pot and then jamming a lot of rivers, especially if it's a low card, would be acceptable. I think that's what he did. Yeah, 215, very good from Toby.
Yeah,
see, he's so good at this stacked up.
Yeah, I was expecting more like a half pot size. Uh-oh, GT Jack just stuffed it on him and got the insta-fold. See, that's a little bit of a leveling going on there. Jack knows that Toby's capable of having the hand he showed up with and push back. I don't know if he picked the right hand to push back with necessarily, but did, and it worked. Right? You see that sometimes in these spots. Guys just get in their head that he's bluffing and I'm going to make him fold.
Well, got one through. I mean, that was pure street poker, but I like it. I like that he's not afraid to pull the trigger there.
He's not. GT Jack's not afraid. He studies and he knows a lot of what Toby's going to be doing in that spot. But Toby's going to show up with a 7 a lot there, right? You just stuff king high into a trips or straights or 2-pair. I don't know if I make that play, but
Toby's also going to have a lot of hands that have a pair and a gutter, pair and an open under, pair and spades. So
yeah,
it's definitely not a guarantee that you're getting it through there.
Yeah, exactly. So, but again, we don't know how much they played together today or in the past in history. We have seen it before. He got it through. Okay, here we go. We've got Josh opening 9s under the gun. To 130? Is that 130?
Yeah, it looks pretty standard to me so far. Ace Jack 5 range. Probably going to go.
Marvin the big blind probably checking, right? Always.
I hope so.
Uh-oh. It looks like he's grabbing some chips. Might be making that let me see where I am bet, which I am not a fan of.
Well, yeah, so I don't know, Marvin. We were trying to look at everyone's hand in mob before we came back here. I'm seeing 15K live cashes, so he might be new to tournament poker,
Yeah.
And this might be under a lot of pressure right now. So
yeah, I mean, there's some big pay jumps. We're talking about Where are we at? They're 900, right?
Yep.
We're talking about 12K for the next one out, and 10 times that the first. So, I'd like to take top pair here and put a little bet out there and quote, see if they're any good. I don't particularly like that line, but I was anxious to see what Josh would do with nines if it were checked in, if he was going to bet or if he was going to check it back. What do you do with nines there?
Having the 9 of spades, I think betting small is better.
Okay.
If you have offsuit 9s, I think checking back is better.
All right, awesome.
That was a good fold by him. I think raising with hands like King 10 with a spade makes a lot of sense. Doing anything with 9s there, I think, would be a little bit excessive.
Yeah, Toby down to 9 big blinds here after that failed double barrel lead out of the big. But I can assure you, Toby is not worried about having 9 big blinds. He plays a short stack as well as most people in the country.
It's still spinnable for sure.
Absolutely. And he'll have a hand when he gets it in here now. Okay, Cruz on the cutoff with king deuce suited with a chip lead. This is plenty of hand open, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this is open all day. I think he's probably opening any suited queen as well, given the circumstances.
If he were, say, middle position, should he let this one go, or can he still open it?
And let's say he's from the low jack. I think he could dip all the way down to about king 5 suited.
Yeah. You don't like to have deuces in our hand very often because that's the auto folds for the blinds, right? So a lot of people don't like to have deuces in these spots, even from late. But
yeah, to be clear, if you're not the chip leader, you don't want to be opening a lot of hands with a deuce in them.
right. And here's Marvin. Marvin with 7s.
Yeah, it looks like he started this hand with 37 bigs.
A little bit shallower. He can just maybe poke it in there, right? But
Yeah, somewhere between 25 and 30 bigs, he could think about jamming. It's a little bit tougher with Toby being so short.
yeah, I was just going to ask you about ICM if that changes it.
I don't think it does that much because Cruz is just going to be opening so wide here as he should. So I think it played out the way it's supposed to. Just raise, call here. Jack 10-4 rain.
Both blinds in.
Josh might decide to lead again here. Okay, good check.
I agree.
Sorry, Marvin, excuse me.
I thought Josh might bet the top pair, but I don't think he should. And he's 40 bigs. So these are the medium stacks that Tom can put the most pressure on, right? And he's got 2 back doors and an overcard. Kind of splashed it in there.
Right, so Cruz isn't trying to put pressure on Toby or Saul. He's trying to put pressure on these guys.
Right.
These guys have the most to lose by far. So there are a ton of cards here on the turn where Cruz can keep barreling. Any hearts, a queen. Normally he should be thinking that's a good card for him. In this case, it's not. You know, an ace, a king. Even a deuce.
Call, right?
A lot of times people will take a deuce and treat it more like a 5-out draw and try to get you off of a 10 on the turn.
Yeah. So that was a clear check call for the blind.
It's going to be a clear check call again here all day long.
Yep, should be. I think Thomas. I expect Thomas to shut down here, but I mean, I would shut down here. But as you said, he doesn't like to hit the brakes very often. So you know, unless he thinks he can shake him off a weaker pair here, it looks like he's going for the barrel with virtually no equity here, except for the king overcard.
He's trying to target some ace high, maybe a 4, maybe a weak 10. I mean, Josh is going to have some hands like 10-3 suited here, I would hope, out of the big blind. So it's not totally unreasonable, although normally I would want to have a gutter or better here to be barreling the turn.
Yeah, I'm with you. I want to pick up a little bit of equity unless I'm absolutely sure I can shake him off, even a bad jack. And I don't know that that's the case here. But again, we're talking about ICM pressure. These medium stacks that started the hand with 30 to 40 big blinds. You're in there with the chip leader. These are the ones you got to be careful about, especially when you're worried about you're worried about chipping up in a big tournament. You know, this is for a couple of these guys. If they can ladder up here, this will be the biggest cash of their career. So they're going to be probably typically a little more careful than a lot of people will.
Right. It's not like being, Toby here with 1.4 million live cashes. Right. This is just another day at the office for him. But for some of these guys, this is, maybe the biggest situation they've been in. So it looks like Cruz ended up
How you doing?
getting there. Went check, understandably.
So Josh did find a call on the turn to another roughly third pot bet, and then Tom Cruz makes it.
Yeah, Josh is hurting right now.
Yeah, that's how you get the chip lead. You play the hand the way you think you should, and he did. Just got a got a 3-outer hit on him on the river. So that's poker, boys and girls.
True. I'm trying to look at the chat here. I see Michael B in the chat. What's up, man? I'm having some fun here in the booth. This is the first time I've done this, so hopefully I can give some useful commentary.
I can assure you that you already have. So we're happy to have you in here. Hunter plays in a lot of bigger buying events all around the country. Plays with some of the best players in the world. Is one of the best players in the world. So we're very fortunate to have him in here tonight. And I'm going to try to stay out of your way and let you do some high level.
I was just running with it.
Let's just keep going as is, man. I think
We will. They call me the old man and Eddie the beard, and you have a little bit of a beard, so we can be the old man and the mini beard today.
mini beard.
Mini beard. There you are.
The chat was not happy with that river card.
Yeah, I can see why. Josh played it very. Somebody's saying there, Josh played it so bad. No, find out where you are at some point. Whoever not allowed it, I disagree with it. I think he played it perfectly. Checking and calling and let him bluff it off. Keep the pot small when you're beat. I like the way Josh played it. He just got unlucky on the river.
Marvin waking up with aces here. Let's see if he can get some action.
That's convenient. On the button, no less. I don't know if I've ever got aces on the button.
It's pretty hard.
Xander Stone, it seems pretty hard to get solver spots down. You have to spend tons of hours studying, I imagine. You are correct, sir.
Yeah, man. Many hours have been spent banging my head against the wall, trying to figure it out.
Yeah. And then you have to adjust from that to account for the people that you're playing who are not following GTO. That's the next level. Hopefully you're guessing correctly on, uh-oh, here we go.
I'm waiting for the graphics to catch up here.
Saul, all in,
So Josh sized this 3-bet perfectly, and then Saul snap jam. Normally I like this jam from Saul. He's just running into it here. Let's see if Marvin gives us a Hollywood or we just get it in.
Yeah, because we still got Josh in the small blind. I expect Marvin will take a second here. Would you just flat here? No, I guess you can't because I don't know if the 1-4 is what they started the hand with or what he has left after the 3-bet. I'm not sure how
I believe it's what he has left. So I thought he sized it perfectly to. I was thinking he made it about 20% of his deck, but it turns out it was a little bit more than that. So he can get away from this for sure.
So Marvin's put in 2.2. I was going to ask you, what do you think about Marvin just flatting there to try to bring Josh along?
I don't like that. I think it makes it look even stronger. I think you want to just rip it and make it look like ace-king.
Yeah. Well, ace-jack's folding anyway, I think. He's just probably waiting for a second to make it look like he's got a decision after he 3-bet. Which is okay. We get it.
Gil says Saul's going YOLO. Yeah, man. Xander says he's an exploitive player. I feel that. Stay Explo, bro.
That's
And
right.
especially if you're playing live.
Full show. Uh-oh. Saul standing up. That's no fair, Saul.
Good to cut him.
No fair standing up. There you go. Like I said, no
Saul
fair
found the
standing
8.
up. Easy game. 4-bet jam the 8s right into the aces. Stand up for the good mojo. Bink.
And a bunch of dead money in there, by the way. Josh put 550 in there.
Look at Saul. Saul just went from, he started final table with 20 bigs, and now he's,
Graphics say 47 big, so he's Gucci right now. The poker gods chose Saul.
yeah, he did. Nice guy, plays quite a bit of cash here, and usually doesn't get out of line too much.
Oh yeah, Saul's a good dude. He's a local lawyer, so better call Saul.
Better call Saul. What do you think about the 4-bet jam? But yeah, button, small blind, big blind. I guess it's probably okay, right? With
That's going to be about the bottom, maybe 7s. I don't know the exact ranges with ICM involved here, but if you were in the middle of the tournament, no ICM, you definitely have to get it in with 7s there.
yeah.
Probably ace jack suited plus, maybe ace 10 suited plus. So it's at least halfway reasonable from my perspective.
Came 8, 9, 10, right? And I didn't see the rest of the run out.
Brick, easy game.
So the ace jack didn't make it straight. Okay, good.
Raised up to 120,000 from the 7 full 8-9.
See, you guys in the chat, you just think those strikeouts happen to you. They happen to everybody. Look at here. And it's evened up some of the chips a little bit too. We'll get an updated chip count here in a minute.
Cruz is actually getting some real hands here, and these guys haven't really seen him get the showdown other than King Deuce suited. So if I was at the table, I'd be thinking, okay, we got to start putting in some more 3-bets against this guy. He's opening everything, but he's actually had reasonable hands every time.
Mitch, heck, did any women enter the tournament? Yes, I can assure you they did.
There were plenty of women there for sure.
Plenty of women. We have a lot of very good women players here. Actually, my wife's one of them. She played Thursday. I think she played Thursday. We had a few. We're going to get some women on some final tables here in some of these bigger mains very shortly. Here's big GT Jack picking up kings under the gun. Opens at 125. We're up to 3060, by the way. They added this graphic in the bottom, which helps us a lot. There for a while, we didn't even have that. So Eddie and I never knew where the blinds were unless Country told us.
I'm still trying to get used to all the inputs here. There's a ton of stuff on the screen.
Yeah, see, we're not just pretty faces out there, guys. There's a lot going on back here. Ooh, look at this flop. Demas hits the top pair in the big blind. Surprised he didn't lead out again like he was before. Jack snaps it out there. 225, 2/3 of the pot. Gets a snap call by Demas. 4 spades. I guess it's a little bricky. Oh, Jack checking back the kings. Ooh, that's just an awful run out. Let's see Jack folding though. He did it once. He probably already knows he made a bad fold. That's just a brutal board though against the big blind under the gun versus the big blind. But I don't see how we can fold for basically what was a 3rd pot bet, right? We just got to pay the man.
I think he might find the fold button here. I mean, he really only beats Jack 10. Or it's possible that Demas chooses to take a hand like ace 6.
When he checked back the turn, I think he did it just for this reason, so that he can call the river in pot control. And he did. He snapped it off. I've seen Jack make that play many times with over pairs when the board gets scary. Check the turn, and instead of betting and then getting this card and then facing the bet, that's when he could have found the fold. If the pot had gotten much bigger.
I know, that's what happened.
He's getting 4 to 1, right? And he's got an over pair.
Yeah, the problem with that spot is the only natural bluff there is Jack 10. So for Demas to have other bluffs, he has to be either turning a hand like ace 7 or king 6 into a bluff, or he has to just have something crazy like an underpair of the board. And I feel like, if you're not playing against a top pro, they're just not going to be bluffing with hands like that enough of the time, even getting 4 or 5 to 1. But yeah, the call is understandable, having the king of clubs blocker in your hand, right? You're not blocking Jack 10. I mean, it's just an unfortunate spot.
Yeah, I think Jack thought Demas might have a hand just like he showed up with, which was a one pair hand, especially when you check back the turn. So I don't think he thinks Demas is bluffing. I think he's value betting a worse hand, and in this case he was right. That's one of those things where one of those type hands that you probably don't see too much in the bigger tournaments that you play in, but you see it a lot here. Look here, all in. Demas is stuffed it with the ace jack clubs.
Well, Toby hit him with the old school half stack jam, by the way. He's obviously got to call it off here, hitting like 4 to 1. He's going to need a king or a queen to stay alive.
Or chop.
Chop, possibly. Ooh. Toby's out.
Okay, well, once again, Toby made a quick exit, but that's a couple of final tables in a row for Toby. Nice playing, Toby. I was hoping you were going to double there and we could see some more of your action. Always like watching you play, buddy.
Yeah, GG, bro. It's a tough way to go.
Well, the same thing happened in the last main that Eddie and I did. The most accomplished players
Are we shifting or no? Are we shifting or
left
no?
early. In this case, the same thing has happened. The most accomplished player there is the first guy out, so everybody else at the table can breathe a sigh of relief and spread out a little bit.
I'm definitely thinking about that at final tables. Like sometimes you really want the guy you know is going to be super tough heads up to bust early, right? I mean, it makes it easier to go all the way.
Yes, absolutely you do. And I'm sure everybody there was not rooting for a king or a queen.
No, nobody's rooting for Toby.
TJC says Toby is a good player. Yes, sir, that's an understatement. Toby's a great player.
If you don't actually have to hit anything, it's better, right?
TJC also said, what's the payout up top? $120,000 for a $1,200 buy-in. That's 100 times your buy-in for those of you that having trouble with the math. That's a good day's work. RunGood, this is the first time they've come into Jacksonville. They did an excellent job running the series. I'm sure they'll be back.
Yeah, definitely want them back. Josh stepping out for a little bit here. Ace-8 off, a little bit loose, but it's all right.
What do you think about the call with Demas deuces on the button here off a 30 big blind stack? I think I mucked that one.
I think it's all right if you've got plans, but if you're just trying to set mine, it's not going to work at this step.
Especially when Josh opened with 20 bigs, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so this is going to happen a lot where it goes 3 ways because the big blind is getting such a good price, and then you're kind of just checking it back here, praying the turn's a deuce.
Right? Maybe a river or deuce. Anybody going to stab at this? Obviously, Antoine's just playing it for the check call.
Let's make it
And there you go. Got Demas turning his deuces into a bluff. Just pure call, isn't it?
I don't think Antoine's going anywhere.
But there's no point in raising.
Nope.
Unless you're just scared to death of a flush draw, maybe. Or straight draw. That's pretty much a brick.
Flip show what we
Got that queen again?
Check, check.
Always
You
got
got
the
that
queen
queen
when I
again?
got
Yes, I do,
scared,
sir.
man. Always.
Did he muck or he didn't show his deuces, did he?
Always has. I think he got the queen right there.
got.
I was gonna raise him to try to get you out earlier.
Aaron was wondering about the payouts here. Do we need to say that again, or was
Yeah.
he doing that because he knew a bot would post those?
Well, Aaron's on this side, so the payouts did say it, but this side over here is different than this side over here, so we can read them out for those guys. It's 120,000 for first. It's almost 80,000 for second, almost 60,000 for third, 44,000 for fourth, 33 for fifth, 25 for sixth, 19 for seventh, and the next player out will get 15,000. Toby Boaz got 12,000.
So 15K guaranteed, and it's going to start going up quick.
Yep. And they still have some chips. You know, this is fair. Here's 14. Chuck's down to 14 bigs. He started with more than that, so I don't remember him losing a pot, but he started with 30.
He's 3Xing it old school from the hijack here. I like it. A lot less likely to get jammed on that way. Going to get a little respect.
Tom Cruise folded the big blind, and there's a good example, right? If Chuck opens with the standard 2X there, Tom Cruise is going to defend probably with the 10-7 off, but at 3X, he decided to let it go.
I got him.
Absolutely.
They just called you for PLO.
Oh, they called me for PLO. I ain't ready to go yet.
It didn't work. I gave it a shot.
I'm waiting for you to cash out.
It was my best shot. I was like, I know he's gonna be like,
So all of a sudden, you got the double.
Chuck loved it too, though.
Found
they
his
called
chirp.
Chuck an hour ago. He was like, I'll stay here.
They whooped on me today in PLO early before the punch.
Sometimes we can pick up some table talk, and sometimes we can't. So it's interesting to hear what some of the conversation is.
Sometimes you don't want to, you know.
That's true. That's true.
I will not play cash.
Yeah, 10 and
They're two different animals.
Chuck sizing down here from early position with Queen Jack suited. You see, this is where the mind games start to come into play.
One on the button with pocket 8s and almost 50 bigs. I'd like to call, right? No, he break. That's a call. Ooh, interesting flop. Middle pair, monotone board. What do you do here? Hunter put out a small bet. You just check it out of position. How do you play this spot?
You're supposed to bet this board about 25% of the time and then check everything else. In practice, I probably check everything. I think it's quite a bit easier to play because normally the guy in position will do much better on monotone boards than on other boards, even when it's king high versus early position open. So in Chuck's spot, my default would be to check quite a bit.
Well, the button's flat range there has a lot of suited cards, right? A lot of suited Broadways, some suited connectors.
We got two over
That's what
there.
you're saying. He's got more flop flushes than we do.
You should think about it more like a PLO player. It's all about visibility. Like there are so many turn cards that are going to change the board in a dramatic way. And
She ain't singing yet, Dad.
that's why Chuck should be trying to pot control that.
He bet small, he got it through. But
Well, it's nice when you just bet and take it down, but a lot of times you're going to get floated,
yeah,
and you're not going to get a brick turn, and then things get really difficult.
yeah. I tend to check there in that spot almost every time, but I never know if it's correct. And then just see what you get out of the button. Some people are going to bet it, some people are going to bet draws, some people are just going to try to take it away from you. It just depends on your customer, I guess.
You definitely have to know your man in that spot, that's for sure.
All right, GT Jack, Queen 9 in the hijack. I think it's pretty standard. To Josh in the big blind, 6-3 off. Yeah, I don't mind this fold. 6-3 off is
Pretty standard fold. Jack's got some chips now, so
yeah.
you might start to loosen up a little bit, start to compete with Cruz. I'm waiting for the looser open. Cruz puts in the 3-bet, and is Jack going to be able to find that 4-bet or not? Right. That's really going to dictate how this plays out and who ends up winning this.
That's good.
Let's see. I think once we lose a couple more players and we get down to 4 or 5 handed, we'll start to see him pick it up. You notice since Tom showed down the king deuce, he's been a little tight. We haven't seen him in a pot since then, I don't believe. But here we go, Jack 4 suited in the cutoff. That's enough hand for the chip leader. He's at almost 5 million chips now, right?
Yeah, you should start to really open it up here, make them find the call button.
like that's what he's doing. 2X open. Oh no. Oh, I thought Marvin was getting ready to get in with the 8 deuce of clubs. Sorry, I thought that was the blind. That was the button. So never mind.
Josh has the perfect stack to start reshipping here, and ace 9 off is going to be way ahead of whatever Cruz he's opening here. So I'd like to see him find the jam. He might get fancy and go with like a 5.5 big blind 3-bet to make it look even stronger. We'll see what approach he takes here. I would prefer a jam.
Yeah. No, you're right. He put about a third of his stack in there, looks like.
Yeah, so this is like the hyper modern Brian Altman kind of small 3-bet to make it look like kings.
Saw with the king queen off. He's going to hate it, but he's going to put this right in the muck, I believe. Sure wanted to see a flop. He would have called. If the small blind had flatted, he would have definitely called, but I think that's a standard fold. I saw. Get out of the way. So this is interesting now. We got 660 country. The graphic there where it says 1.4. Is that what he started the hand with, or that's what he has after the bet? After the bet. Okay.
No, it's
You were right, Hunter. So. So just
no, just this one's chipped, so I'm kind of
a little over 2.
you kind of know what it is. Everyone wants to know what that is.
Ace. Heel and small blind. 23 bigs.
You got Nangle with the lights, man. Eagle sniper.
No, he 3-bet. Sorry.
Yeah, he put in the 3-bet there.
Yeah. Okay, sorry. I'm misreading it. I told you I was at a wedding last night until awfully late, so I'm dragging. So if I say something stupid, just sort of.
I've got the Red Bull ready to go. You want to get all cracked out here?
I got a Diet Coke. That is Red Bull for me. Yeah, I'm an old man, you know.
Chuck, you should have 1475 in front of you.
We can get the words per minute all the way up if we need to.
I don't. I only have 1.455.
So 3-bet worked, right? We got biggie.
Yeah, great play. I see too many people flat there off the 18 bigs because they think it's too much to jam, right? I mean, that's an awesome play.
Make sure you know.
Because you're just going to pick up basically 4.5 big blinds quite often, right? So you're increasing your stack by more than 20% there just with a little 3-bet like that.
Yeah, and if he jams on you, it's easy fold. I like it. I'll have to put that in my repertoire.
The blinds are going to go up.
Yeah, just make sure you do that with the big hands as well. It's easy to go way overboard with the offsuit ace-x stuff there. You got to actually have some big hands in that range as well.
So count some combinations and stay balanced.
Yep.
Here we go. We got it all in. We got ace king. Tom Cruise opened again. Jack 6 off from the hijack. He's getting a little carried away now, but we expected that.
Yeah, I think that was a little too loose. You know, Marvin, very standard jam.
Especially when you just opened and folded to a 3-bet. But sometimes people go, oh, he did it the second time. He's got to have a hand the next time. There's always, in your mind, you level, oh, he has to have it this time because he just had a bluff last time. Nope, he had a worse hand.
Right, yeah. I mean, I've been playing for a living for 12 years, and like 10 years ago, that was definitely a thing for sure. But now I feel like people are quite a bit more balanced.
Well, that's just it, right? The bigger tournaments that you're playing in, that's true. In this price point where you've got people that, so many people got in on a satellite, and you have such a wide range of player skill level in this, $1,000, $1,100, $1,200 buy-in. You just run into all levels of ability, and they have a reason to do what they're doing, right?
Yeah. I mean, Best Bet is an extremely diverse location. I mean, you got people who just learned how to play yesterday. You got people who've been playing for a living for 15 years. I mean, and everything in between.
Yeah. And the good part about this game is anybody can win, right? We see it time and time again where some of the most inexperienced players just get hot at the right time and win a tournament.
Absolutely.
So come on out and play at Best Bet. And they do. They drive here or fly here from near and far. A lot of people here from North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Georgia. We get a lot in South Florida. We get a lot of players show up here. So that's why you get this many runners. What did we have? 628 players over 3 days for a 1,200. So that's a good turnout.
I mean, you forgot to mention how well managed this room is and how good the food is and how great the cash games are. Even if you don't play tournaments, you should come out here.
Absolutely. Jesse DeBall sitting back in his desk right now with the feet kicked up, saying thanks for the plug, boys, but we mean it. They run a great show here, and the food is good. If you like sushi, everybody raves about the sushi. I'm not a sushi eater, but everybody raves about it.
Yeah, people come out to visit in Jacksonville. They say, what's the best sushi place? And I say, well, if you don't want to spend $400 at Noricasa, I mean, you got to go to Best Bet. That's the best sushi in town.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Here we go. Under the gun, Jack opened. Missed it. Ace-4 suited.
Everything there is pretty standard, run-of-the-mill stuff.
All right, everybody.
Cruz letting the Queen 7 go. I thought he might get after it again. Josh in the hijack, King 8 suited off 17 bigs. What do you think about this one?
I think this is an open all day here.
2X?
Yeah, Min's going to be good at this point. I think he's too deep to jam, too early to jam. I mean, cut off for button, this is definitely a jam consideration, but I think from earlier position, Min is going to be better.
And by the way, line levels are up 40-80 now, so you know the stacks are starting to shallow a little bit, and so a little bit more pressure on the smaller stacks and the medium stacks. So
graphics are crazy here. We don't know what Demas has.
there we go. There we go. Pocket 9s. He stuffed it with a million. Is that like 20 bigs? 1.5 million? Is that what that is?
Yeah, but they're I believe 17 bigs effective, so this is pretty standard. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty easy fold for Josh, I imagine.
I would think. Hollywood second. Let it go. On to the next hand.
What's this Hollywood about here?
Just make people think he's got a real decision. We know what's in the muck.
When this happens, I'm always concerned that the graphics are off in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. People, for some reason, they we know it's a snap fold, but I think he's trying to convey to the table that he had a tough decision, and not opening that light. He snap folds in his mind. He's thinking, oh, they know I'm opening the light. You know, it's one of those things where I think that's not really true, but people will convince themselves that it is, so they waste 30 seconds of our life that we never get back.
See, I've never really thought like that. I've always thought like, okay, we've got 40-minute levels. I want to get more hands in.
Yes.
It's hand shuffled too. I mean, Dakota's fast in the box there, but it's like I want to play more hands.
That's because you're a professional, and most of these guys are not. Yeah, and I did notice Dakota in the box. He's done a nice job on the live stream so far.
Nines, I gotta go right there. I mean,
Yeah, he's solid.
He's a solid player too. By the way, I don't know if you play with him much, but he's.
I haven't played much with them. Where's he play? OP?
He used to play here.
Yeah.
And went to the dark side. Marvin, did he just open stuff? The queens? Some plus one?
I'm trying to figure out how many bigs this is. I think it's a little
15?
over 12.
15, right?
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna swap out. There. No?
Yeah.
Sure.
You
Yeah,
know what?
yeah.
I think Hunter should stay. Hunter should stay. And I'll,
Well,
yeah,
whatever you guys want to do.
I will. I told you I'm dragging a little bit from the wedding, so I'm gonna tag out.
Sorry, guys. I thought they were sending the suits in to kick me out.
All right, what's up, guys? Ray Henson here. RunGood Pro out of Houston, Texas. Came in for this event. Had a lot of fun this week. Appreciate Jesse, Johnny, the whole crew. So what we got going on here? I was at dinner, and it got to the final table a lot sooner than I thought, so I drove in. I haven't had a chance to watch.
Yeah, it's going quick. Cruz has all the chips right now. We just lost Toby. You know, trying to see how it plays out here.
All right, I've played with most of these guys today.
Yeah, I've played a lot of cash with these guys, played some tournaments with these guys.
Yeah, most of them were here all week playing a lot of the events.
They play everything.
Yeah.
Chuck and Saul, you know, they're grinding a lot of cash. Cruz has played a lot of the live streams here.
All right, so we still have 8 left here.
Yeah.
Did it? It started streaming at 9.
Yeah, we just started streaming, so they've all got 15K guaranteed here.
Yep.
And
like 120 up top.
Yeah, and that's not chump change.
Oh no. Not bad for a little 1200 event.
Yeah. Josh with the Kings here.
Yeah.
Trying to see the size. The graphics are trying to catch up.
Yeah.
185, so a little over 2x. Off of, looks like 14 or 15 big blinds.
Yeah, I started the day playing with Josh. He played really well.
Yeah, he's made some good decisions so far. He's been in some tough spots as well.
Yeah, Marvin was at our table also to start. So these guys have a lot of history just today, at least.
We were just talking about that. It's tough when I'm coming in cold and I don't know the whole dynamic.
Oh yeah, for sure. And you know, that's the thing. You might see some plays that look a little strange on the live stream, but not knowing these guys have played together all day, and you know, it might be a totally standard play that you don't realize because of the dynamics they have.
Right. One guy might have been way out of line for the last 6 hours and we don't know that, or one guy might have been making some really tight folds and we don't know that. So I'm always trying to play catch up. We'll see what Josh does here. He might size up on this texture even with just 12 bigs behind.
Yeah, and if he looked like a snap fold. I was gonna say Marvin could definitely pill here to a down bet with all the backdoor equity.
Yeah, Josh went with 250 there. It's about half pot. I think I'm fine with that.
Got the job done.
Really? 98. You're born in 98?
It's up to the dealer.
I was born in
Did he just say he was born in 98?
I'll be 57.
Ugh.
It's amazing that I'm not even the oldest.
Makes me feel old. I was already out of high school in 98.
I know. I have a twitch.
I just turned 30. I'm starting to feel there's a lot of really good young players here, like 22, 23 that really know how to play.
Yeah, there's some. Looks like there's some vets here too.
Mm-hmm.
I played the meetup game with Saul here. Not on the live stream. We had a side table.
Yeah. Saul's local recreational player, plays a lot of hours.
Yep, that's what he was saying.
Pretty solid cash game player, you know.
Yeah, he. I pretty certain when he showed up to the table, I had about an 85% VPIP, and he came in and said that he'll probably have a 5%. So he let us know ahead of time. He's there to grind.
Tell him, Jack. Tell him, Jack.
He's going to be playing snug, huh?
Oh yeah.
This is just stage one. There's 3 stages.
I had a pair right there, too. I had a pair.
He can't
Takes
beat
it
up
down with the
car
raise
too much
under the
for
gun.
last stage
I think
during
that's
the
a good fold from Josh, all things
repair
considered
right
there. I
there.
mean, you're dealing with the early position open, even though you're getting a good price, so that you just don't want to get involved when you've got some substantial pay jumps coming up here.
Right, especially from a guy who said that he's going to have a 5% VPIP in a meetup game.
Well, yeah.
If he had 5% there, it's probably a little tight range there under the gun. I'm pretty certain I've played with every player at the table at some point during this week.
Yeah.
Either today, except him, and I've seen him around all week. So, Cruz. Everybody else I've played with, Cruz, I've seen around all week, and we just haven't been at the same table.
Cruz has a lot of action. He's got a lot of follow through. He's ready to go for it, you know, and it's fun to watch.
And he's chip leader.
Yes, he's going to put some pressure on.
I don't know if
you
you saw, but last hand when Saul raised under the gun, he folded 2 deuces on the button.
I missed it. The graphics are going too fast.
Yeah. So, you know, he's definitely aware of image.
I think I would have folded queens there.
Don't tell him, man. Don't tell him, man.
Yeah, so
Wait till we get the heads up.
Dimas, is that how you say it? Dimas?
Dimas.
Yeah, I played with him a bit this week too, and he was a lot of fun.
I've seen him around here before. I think he plays PLO as well. So.
Yeah, he plays PLO cash. You know, he said he plays a lot of the tournaments in this area, so plays here quite a bit.
Oh, that's cool. YouTube Jack's opening up ace jack opposite here, a little more than min off 33 bigs.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, Josh looks like he's sinking, and I never saw him, and there were a few times, but I never saw him really tank and then not play a hand. There were times where he would, somebody would move in and he'd ask for a count before looking at his hand, but once he looks at his hand and he starts sinking, he actually has the decision. So the graphics hadn't come up yet, and I almost said, I bet Josh has something he wants to play.
Well, this is a pretty thin spot actually, because Jack's opening from +1,
Yeah.
right? So
yeah, but
jamming
you know,
is reasonable if you think Jack's out of line, but Jack has Cruz to his left all stacked up and ready to play a bunch of hands, so he's not going to be opening with everything, right?
Right. And, you know, he thought it through and, you know, made a good fold.
I think that folding is definitely better than flatting at this step. I think calling, you know, more than min off of 16 bigs is going to put you in a lot of tough spots with other players at the table short here.
Oh, and look at this. Chuck just flats out the big with ace king. And gets the ace high flop. The last ace, too.
I'm just so surprised to see this from Chuck because he goes so hard when we play cash. Like, it's just ace king to the moon, 5.6 bet, and then now I see him flatting here. So it's interesting to see this side of his game.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's also, you know, a 4K pay jump between 8th and 7th, and, you know, could have just been thinking, like, you know, if I could defend here, flop nothing, check fold, bad flops.
Right. Well, you also have to think about 7th to 6th. You know, going from 19 and change all the way up to 25. Right now, that's a nice payday.
Guys, just when you thought you were going to get rid of me, Country gave up his headset, so here we are, three-handed. I'm going to try to take you guys the rest of the way. I know a lot of these players, and I'm going to be sitting in the other booth watching on the monitor, but I'm going to be here. So don't say anything bad about me.
It's going to get interesting now.
Yeah.
Too many club draws there. Too much 8-6 suited.
Such a draw-heavy board. It's tough to get away from, and you know you don't think you're up against Ace King or Ace Jack.
It's also not crazy for Chuck to stuff with Ace 10, Ace 9, Ace 8. So I think you can call it off with Ace Jack there, especially no club in your hand.
Yeah,
big pot.
Totally reasonable call.
Chuck with huge double there. That's very important right now. It's going to put him middle of the pack here with some guys short at the table. So
it looks like it takes GT Jack down to 17 bigs. Back to work.
Yeah. The Ace King slow play.
Very nice hand, Chuck.
Paid off for Chuck on this one.
Ray, a few of these guys are locals that we see a lot playing with them day in and day out, either cash or tournaments. Saul in the 2-seat, Chuck in the 3-seat, GT Jack in the 5-seat.
That's when I play on the stream.
Whatever seat that is now, 7 or 8.
7, yep.
We see these guys a lot. I'm not as familiar with the 1 seat. But they have a little wiggle. He led into 3 players with 10-3 suited and got the 7-6-3, turn 7, and got it through. So he got GT Jack to full 10. So you see some wiggle out of some of these guys. Not everybody's just trying to ladder up.
Oh yeah, no, I played with him on day 1B, and I also played with him today, and I believe I played with him in the 6 max. It was one of the prelims, and he's a go hard. He'll go for it.
Yeah, I like to see that. You get guys that they get a little gun shot sometimes with the pay jumps, and on stream nobody wants to do anything stupid on stream sometimes. And,
oh yeah, nobody ever wants to be the first one out.
Well, we lost Toby Boaz, who's probably the most accomplished player here to start the day. So they all breathe a sigh of relief, and we're down to 8-handed. So they all got one small pay jump, but as you said, there's a bunch of significant pay jumps coming up pretty shortly here. So the short stacks are looking for their spots, and the medium stacks are going to try to stay out of the big pots. And Tom Cruise is going to try to lean on them as much as he can. He likes to go for it. He's got the chip lead, so it should be interesting.
I'm wondering if the graphics are wrong here. I can't believe Josh is opening 5-4 off the cutoff here off of 16 bigs.
Yeah, it's a little loose, but you know, like I said earlier today, he was mixing it up in there every hand, and
you know, it could be wrong. Look at the 2 cards are just transposed there, 5-4.
Yeah, I was thinking they had each other's suits.
Yeah. But sometimes it is the card reader, but sometimes you just see some crazy plays.
Well, I've just seen some crazy things. Like there was one hand we were playing 10-25 no limit on the stream, and it said I 4-bet Toby with Queen 8 off, and then triple barreled off, and you know, I had queens that hand. Toby called me the next day. He's like, "Bud, did you really do that with Queen 8 off?" I'm like, no, I definitely wasn't that out of line. That's
on one of the chats, Troy Poisington is asking what the Toby bust with. Can't remember.
It was King Queen versus Ace Jack of Spades.
Yeah, he was short. He did the whole half stack jam, like put 4.5 bigs out there and called off the rest, and that's all she wrote.
Yeah, somebody wants my tequila. I don't drink. Somebody else will. Well, that's why.
Yep, Star Valdez said he only had 9 big blinds. That's true. He let out a big blind and barreled and had to fold it from GT Jack stuff thrown in with King High. So another hand that was kind of odd to see as it played out. But again, some of these guys have some history, a lot of history and dynamic with these guys that played together, not just this tournament, but for years together. So sometimes you see guys make some plays that don't make much sense when you see the cards when they're on their back, but there's some dynamics going on at the table that we might not be aware of.
Yeah, and luckily the great thing about this game, everybody plays differently. So we see Dimas here raised with the deuce 3 off.
I just made a mistake.
It's blind versus blind and picks it up.
Let's go.
It's one of those things where he raises and takes the blinds, and everybody's like, "Oh, good play."
Now then,
And he raises, and the big blind has ace king, and everybody's like, "Oh wow, what are you doing?" So you look great when you're right, and look bad when you're wrong.
I look bad a lot.
Yeah, you and me both.
Probably a good fold with queen nine suited there from Marvin off of 14 bigs. It's good discipline on his part. Josh with ace queen offsuit here.
Yeah, he won't be folding this one.
I imagine min is the play. I mean, there's some guys that have a limping strategy here, but I don't think he's one of them. I think he's going to be going min or just over that.
Yeah, when you're in there mixing it up with the 4-5 off, you can't be limping hands like this.
Saul with the flat off of 35 bigs, pocket eights. Seems reasonable.
Oh yeah.
Hey, bro, you got it?
Because he had Antoine behind him a little bit deeper, so it's not like he can just YOLO jam over the top of Josh, even though a lot of guys would like to do that. When you got players behind you, who have you covered or could cripple you, you got to be a little bit more conservative here.
And that's a pretty good flop for 2-8s.
Definitely.
I think so. What do you do? What do you do with Josh here? You see bet this one small?
Yeah, he's the flop just misses Saul like almost always, and he really has like I mean it sounds strange, but he only has pairs here to be able to continue, and
Oh wow, just puts in the raise. I don't like this.
I think it's a mistake from Saul here. I mean, if Josh has an overpair, he's going to bet it for you, turn a river, and if he's got nothing, give him a chance to barrel, right? I mean, he's going to have plenty of ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, 5-4 suited kind of stuff that might want to put in multiple shells. So,
the only reason really here to raise is if he has like 10s or jacks and an ace king or queen rolls off and it scares him, but you just have to take that chance that he has a hand like he has and is going to just triple barrel you off.
Yeah, I would flat there 100% of the time.
There he is, buddy.
Oh, it looks like Josh is deciding he wouldn't raise here with a set. Maybe he's got an overpair. Maybe I can rep a bigger overpair. I mean, thoughts like that go through your head in this spot.
This is a tough spot for Josh because it's very hard for Saul to be bluffing here. He would have to take a hand like Jack 10 suited or 10-9 suited and raise it up. I mean, this is not a spot where he can even have 5-4 suited. He's just not going to be plotting that wide with this stacked up. So Josh I think is trying to decide if he can jam and potentially get Saul off of a hand like 9s
or 7s.
Yep.
Yeah,
like 6s, 5s.
I don't know if those hands raise though, do they?
I mean, the 8 being out there, if you're going to raise with 9s, there's no difference in 9s and 5s here, except that you beat 5s and 6s and 7s. But, it's like one of those things where you can raise to, like everybody says, I wanted to see where I was at. It's, raise 7s, and if he ships, you're just like, all right, I'm done with it. Whereas if he flat 7s and he faces another bet on the turn, like, what are you going to do?
Yeah. I see that.
It's the same thing. You're saying, oh, he should flat 8s as a set to let him triple barrel. Well, when you have 7s, you want to face a triple barrel. So, raise it once, and if he continues, he's got you, and maybe get the fold and protect your 7s versus the ace queen. But with that said, I would have still flatted there and let Josh barrel off.
Yeah, and hope he hits a ace king or queen if he's got 2 overs, right?
Right,
that's-
exactly.
That's what we're rooting for. I mean, the only merit in raising there is if you think Josh has an overpair and he's just going to go with it, right? We get it all in right now. I guess is the only reason I can think of raise there. But as Hunter said, that hand's going to bet for you anyway.
Yeah, and unless like an ace turns off and he has jacks and he's like, oh, you floated with ace high, but again, it's so rare that one card could actually roll off to get it. Just playing devil's advocate to be able to play both ways.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot of ways to play this game. Everybody does what they do for a reason.
Antoine taking the conservative route here, I think, and just flatting ace queen off out of the small blind here versus Saul's open. So maybe he thinks that Saul's opening a little tighter than most, and he wants to be a little more conservative.
Yeah, I played with him today as well. He's pretty conservative.
I think Cruz's call here, 9-7-0, getting 5 or 6 to 1 is fine. You can flop the nut straight. Probably good to go.
Yeah, it's ours.
Or the gut shot.
Yeah, nobody really has much on this board other than the gutter and. And Saul's only way to win is to get pretty lucky here.
Yeah, look at Tom Cruise cutting out some chips to bet the gut shot.
Yeah, so normally you don't want to be leading on textures like this, especially versus a +2 open, but you do want to be check raising quite a bit. So I'm surprised that Cruz didn't go for the check raise here and instead chose to just lead out.
Me too.
But he plays with Saul quite a bit and might know that he's just checking back a lot of ace highs here in a 3-way pot.
That's true.
Antoine checking and calling out of the small with the ace queen. Might think he has the best hand. See if Tom goes for it again. Puts the second shell in. And we got 9 high here. We got the gut shot.
Well, he's got to be careful here because he's got a million gutters. Queen 10, Queen 9, 10 9, 10 7, 9 7, 7 6, 7 5, 6 5, right? I mean, it's very easy to triple off way too much in this spot.
Well, I told you, this guy's got all gas, no brakes. You're getting ready to see it right now.
True.
Gets it through, he might show it. There we go. I got the 9 high, boys. There's one for the camera.
Don't like it?
Nice play, Cruz. Got one through.
Yeah. Doesn't matter. Listen.
Yeah, Saul had an easy fold with ace 10 in that spot, and you're right, that's probably the very bottom of his open range from +2.
Yeah, which is, why Antoine just flatted the ace queen, but as we could see with the card readers, had he had 3-bet the ace queen, he would just won it right there.
Yeah, that's always the difficult part when you're doing the commentary. You can see the cards.
Oh yeah.
I've been bluffed a million times in my life.
But if ace 10's the bottom of his range, then it's hard to play that ace queen out of position in the small blind.
He drove from home to pull against me.
So were you talking to me or to them?
I ain't talking to you.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
Now,
talking
Cruz
to
is starting to chirp him too. He's good at this.
No, I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to them.
Okay.
They drove from home, went out of the way.
Why would you do that?
They just do it.
To root against you? It makes no sense.
Small one. Yours small. 40,000.
Cruz giving a walk with the 10-4 suited. After showing a 9 high, that's not what I expected.
They didn't even bother to cut that. Give us a gift that's got that on it. Of course it's brand new, but just clip it off. Make it look decent.
Saw Haley come around to give them all the Run Good hats. I'm not sure if you guys have talked about it or not, but everybody who made a final table here gets a package sent overseas through Operation Gratitude in their name. A care package sent to a soldier deployed overseas. And anybody that wins any Run Good, any event gets the same thing as well.
That's such a fantastic idea. I'm glad you guys are doing that. And in fact, there was a, if you bought a hat for 25 bucks, you got a care package sent to a serviceman as well. And I made sure that I bought a hat for that very reason. So that's, hats off to you guys for doing that.
Yeah, it was something Tana came up with. I think we did this like 3 years ago. And it was a huge hit. And he got approached and was like, "You want to do it again?" He was like, "Yes." Like anything to help the soldiers. So it's definitely a great promotion.
Yeah. And thank you to all you military personnel out there and veterans for your service.
Definitely.
Can't take it.
Yeah, so that's a hat that Dimas just put on.
They as a ye.
Yeah, it was a great week here. I definitely look forward to coming back again.
Yeah, it turned out, it was a great turnout. 628 runners, $300,000 guarantee, but they more than doubled that, $653,000 in the prize pool. Really good turnout, nice showing. As we said, they're coming from far and wide. A lot of people from South Carolina, North Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee, South Florida.
Connecticut. There's a couple people here from Connecticut, drove straight through.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot of guys that and girls that follow this circuit of this tour around the country, right? I saw a lot of people wearing some Run Good rings in the field.
Right. Yeah. So there are a lot of the Run Good regulars that made the track out, but the Connecticut guys said that they just saw it online and they just drove down to play.
Fantastic.
And they were here for 10 days.
Well,
played every event.
As we said earlier, Best Bet does a great job. It's a great room, well run. Dealers are nice. Facilities are fantastic. Food's good. We have great turnout for just about every series that comes through here. Usually just destroy the guarantees like we did on this one. So come out and play. If you've been thinking about coming out and play, I highly recommend it.
Yeah, I've thought about coming to play. I met Jesse and Ali a while back, and been wanting to come play for a while, and then just haven't been able to. It's I have 3 kids now, so it's hard to travel. And when we said we were coming here, I'm like, oh, I'm coming to this stuff, not missing it, and definitely don't regret it. The first day I was here, somebody was saying how great the food is. I'm like, yeah, well, you mean for a casino, it's great. And then I started ordering the food, and everything I had was just phenomenal. So it's a lot better than I expected.
Yeah, we were talking about it earlier. For sushi in Jacksonville, this is one of the best spots.
I definitely second that. And like I was saying, when people are like, "Oh, the sushi is great," I'm like, "Yeah." Are you saying great because it's in a casino? But it was definitely restaurant quality or better. I definitely had a lot of sushi this week.
Most people do. In the chat, Kenny Brasoy, I don't know how to pronounce that. Is this the Run Good Series main event? Yes, it is. $1,200 buy-in, Run Good main event, 628 players, 120,000 up top.
Yeah, right at 120, 119,773.
We'll round up.
Oh yeah, nobody's upset about that missing $227.
Chris wants to know if it's me in the booth. Yes, it is. Thanks for asking.
Yep. And doing a great job, giving us a lot of high-level commentary. Some of you guys are familiar with Hunter from playing the high stakes cash streams here. Some of you may not know Hunter is traveling pro, plays in a lot of big buy-ins all over the country with some of the best players in the world. So we're fortunate to have him here tonight.
I'm having fun. This is great.
And once you learn where all the buttons and the whistles are, and all the graphics and all the chat, a lot going on back here. Country and the crew do a great job. This stream's not easy, you know. You got the dealers out there. You got a player next to the dealer next to the inputting all the information as it happens. They do a fantastic job.
And that's a hard job too.
Oh yeah, there's a lot going on back here.
Yeah, each and every job is really hard within its own. And we got a 3-bet here from Josh.
I don't think Cruz is folding. I think he might be considering a 4-bet.
He's never folding, and he is considering a 4-bet.
That was basically a little over a man 3-bet.
So Cruz is going to call here. This is going to be weird because the pot's going to be huge, and I think Josh is going to have just under a pot size bet left in position. So I imagine Cruz is going to be checking Queen 6-6 rainbow. This is a tough spot for Josh if checked to. Like I think the play is probably bet 2 big blinds, but there's always this fear in the back of your mind that Cruz might just go crazy and check raise you with something he's not supposed to have, right?
And he will. You know, he's been on a couple of streams recently, and I think we said he finished 3rd in a main, and I think it was February. And he made some plays that were definitely a little out of line. He's not afraid to go for it if he thinks he can get something through. We just saw it with the 9-7, right? And he just showed that. So we'll see if that affects the play going forward. Sometimes when guys show a bluff like that, then they have it. The next couple of times they get in a big spot.
And he did.
Oh, he did check jam. Wow. I promise I didn't see that. This is on delay. Wow. This is not a fun spot because it's just so hard to believe this, but at the same time you don't want to call off your stack because if Cruz has it, you're just drawing stone dead here.
But he's got, what, 8 big blinds left? Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, so I think he's getting better than 3-1 here. The graphics are not right. I mean, it's not a 5.8 million chip pot.
Right, it just says that because he put all 4.6 million in.
Yeah, so I think Josh, based on what I've seen, is getting a little bit better than 3-1. So he's got to decide how much nonsense Cruz has here. Like if he can really justify calling it off with face high and being a
Sounds like
superhero.
there's a little table talk going on, guys.
My man's got 1 pair.
Yeah, Cruz is very good at this. He gets inside your head, you know.
You're behind.
Especially if you don't have any final table experience.
He just said if you're behind,
Draw out,
you draw out, you draw out.
I mean, you're behind right now. I mean, you might hit and win.
You're behind right now. You might hit and win. I
He's
think
doing everything he can to talk him into folding.
Yeah, I think if I'm...
did before, right?
Huh?
Like what they did before.
I mean, we know how we are.
Yeah, he said it's like we did before, so these guys do have history.
I think the problem with Josh's hand is he doesn't have any backdoor flush, right? If he's got any of the other
You're
suits,
behind, that's all.
I think I can maybe find the call here.
You're behind right now. I mean, if you want to
Or even if there are 2 suits on the board, he could just put them on a flush draw.
call and
Like,
catch up.
you're
probably
never
win,
putting him
probably.
on King 10 here, and
This is just such an awkward spot because if Cruz had a queen, there's absolutely no reason to check jam. If he had a 6, there's no reason to check jam. You're always going to slow play, and you know if Josh is ahead, he's going to keep betting for you. If Josh has air, you know, give him a chance to fire a second shell, right? So
he made the call.
wow.
yeah.
Okay, he thought about it and realized that the check jam didn't make any sense. I mean, what a superhero! And the sick part is that Cruz can still spike a king or a 10.
Stay down. Yeah, good.
Or the back door.
Or a jack. All right. Wow. Josh with the superhero call.
Wow, look at that. Table talk didn't work for Tom Cruise, but
It's nice
you know,
to see the
like I said, he's not afraid to go for it.
That's a very tough call when you're playing for your tournament life, and other people at the table are also short. I mean, he would have been sitting with about 7 big blinds.
Absolutely.
Which is still workable.
Yes, definitely. I think a lot of people will choose to lay that down there, but
I have to confess, I would be one of them. With no backdoor flush there, I think I'm going to let that one go, and it would have worked on me. So, I don't mind Tom Cruise's play there, and just hats off to Josh for figuring it out and making a good call.
Yeah, it was I mean, it all started when he obviously meant 3-bet, knowing how aggressive Cruz is, and hoping that he would just stuff it in light, knowing if he raises bigger, if he has a better hand, it's going in anyway. So even with Ace Jack, you might think that it's a bad play, like your hand's not that good, but if he has Ace King, Ace Queen, it doesn't matter, it's going in. So he meant 3-bet, hoping to get him to put a hand like that in pre, and he just flatted, and I think that kind of threw Josh off a little bit, and then was kind of lost on what to do on the flop, and bet small, and then luckily was able to sniff out the check raise. It was great read by Josh.
And another short stack. Get some chips. Is this GT Jack down to 10 bigs? Has the 10. Gonna bet second pair. No, he called. Demas bet the King 6. Sorry, guys.
Yeah,
a bit of a delay here.
yeah. Demas led into him. Not slowing down.
Just gonna put him in with the King 6. Turning the 6 into a bluff now. He did get a little showdown value. That's down to 8 bigs.
Yeah, there's a lot of draws out there, and he turns a pair, and he doesn't want to have to check calls. So
I think blind versus blind. I don't know if I can fold that. Jack does. Okay.
yeah, can't beat a Jack, can't beat a 10.
Yeah.
And
That's true. Demas gets another one through.
those
Had a
blind
little
versus blind spots are just so complex. Like it's just you see the most variability when it comes to approach in those spots by far.
and last orbit, Demas raised small blind with deuce 3, and this time just went with the king.
Yeah. I think when I'm that short, if I make a pair blind versus blind with 10 big blinds, GT Jack might be thinking about finding a better spot, ladder up a little bit. He's certainly capable of spinning up a 8 or 10 big blind stack. So.
And he has a small blind and won't have to ante again till his big blind. So, he has another 7 hands until he has to post a big.
Country, can we get
be
an
patient.
updated chip count up there so we can see who's got what now? They sort of shuffle around a little bit. So you guys have to just ask for these graphics from this crack staff, and they can do it just like that. See that? There we go. 36 big blinds from Tom Cruise. Charles up to 30 big blinds and 3 million. Antoine up to 2.8. Josh 2.8. Chuck 2.3. As you guys can see, they're up to 50,000, 100,000 now.
And even after a double on Josh up, Cruz is still chip leader.
Yeah, and that's why he's going for it, right? We know he's going to be leaning on the medium stack. He knows how to do that, and he does it well. Unfortunately, he got hero called.
Psychologically, it's always interesting to see how the chip leader will react when he takes a hit like that, because he had 5 million at one point, right? So he's still a chip leader, but he might be feeling up stuck.
Right.
Which ain't bad. Go home at a reasonable hour.
Yeah, well, he hasn't played a hand since that, so.
We started at 25.50, and now they're getting right to the end of the. Sorry, they just started.
Actually, it's not fair.
Right.
We're all going to be really short stacking.
Fold 1, 2. Fold 3. Fold 4.
Just food for thought. Just food for thought.
Still 8-handed. Only casualty so far is Toby.
It's the all-in type.
And there's all in by GT. Oh, runs right into it. 1 seat over.
It's pretty sick too, because this is a totally standard jam from the cutoff here, and now let's see how long Antoine Hollywood's here. You got to give a mini Hollywood at least.
What do you think about Flatner trying to get Tom Cruise to do something crazy?
Oh yeah, you just have to flat here.
Good game, gentlemen. I had fun.
Yeah, you have to flat and hope, one of the guys behind you has like 9s or 10s and wants to do something.
3 clubs. Jack's got outs. Oh, that's not one.
Yeah, flops a flush draw, misses.
Jack with the early exit. I felt like he played solid overall.
Yeah, Jack's a good player. As I said, he studies, he works on his game, gets a lot of volume.
I liked that gangster king-queen bluff versus Toby earlier. I mean, he's not afraid to pull the trigger.
And GT Jack's in the chat now.
I'm a little surprised that he folded the 10 the hand before, but as you said, it's a standard spot now. GT Jack's in the chat, what's he say? Spoiler alert.
More importantly, Antoine has the chip lead now.
Nothing to see here, he says. Good game, Jack.
Yeah, good game, Jack.
Another good showing. He made a final table not too long ago. I think maybe last August or something. And he's been getting deep in a lot of events all over Florida.
Chuck's waking up with some 10s here, 23 big blinds. Let's see if he goes with the 3X again like he was earlier, or maybe he sizes down.
2.5.
2.5, totally acceptable.
Yeah,
Demas with the Queen 10 suited fold there. Good discipline in middle position there. That's definitely the right play, but a lot of guys just cannot find them up with those hands.
Suited Broadway? Are you kidding? Chuck's been pretty snug here so far today. I'm sure Demas picked up on that. And I wonder if he noticed that he bet 2.5 times instead of the 3X he had done earlier, if that was a little bit of a size tell.
You see, I'm super OCD with stuff like that, but I feel like a lot of people it just doesn't register with them at all.
Yeah, no, Demas is pretty solid, and he'll mix it up, but I think he just knew like Queen 10 is, earlier in tournaments when you're a lot deeper, yeah, you could take flops, but I think he knew his hand was in jail there.
So we're 7-handed. Lines are going up. Average stack shrinking a little bit. Play's going to pick up speed here, I think.
So we talked about this earlier. Queen 5 suited is definitely an open from the cutoff here.
Raise it up to 200.
Yep, you see Tom Cruise going just 2X. He's been opening smaller than most of them.
I feel like cash players watch this and they think it's kind of crazy, but it's like pretty standard when there's a big blind ante.
Yeah, especially when he has the chips. It's getting through so often.
Yeah, there's just so many chips laying out there, right? Nobody really wants to get in the pot with the chip leader without a hand, so you get some folds that seem crazy. But guys are starting to ladder up now, because now the pay jumps are starting to get a little bit more serious. In fact, you guys have the.
Yep. Right now, they each have 19, 4, 17 locked up.
Look at that
and,
crack staff constraint.
And they beat me to it. And little 6K pay jump. Not bad for a 1,200 buy-in.
Fantastic. Anytime first place is 100 times your buy-in, you gotta like it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it would be 100 times my buy-in.
That's nice. I'm usually good for a few bullets myself, but I had a wedding this weekend and I wasn't able to play Friday or Saturday. Shout out to the Ligori crowd. Had a fantastic wedding out at Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. And shout out to Ponte Vedra Inn and Club. Fantastic job on the wedding. Little shameless plug for you guys.
I was planning on making it down to Ponte Vedra. Did I say it right? While I was here, and we couldn't make it happen.
Well, you'll have to go next time you're back. It's a beautiful spot.
Yeah, we wanted to go play Sawgrass.
I did it Friday. Played TPC Sawgrass Friday. It was in great shape.
Oh, I imagine it's in great shape.
Shout out to John Flashner for the Big Chief for setting up a wonderful golf outing for us there. It was his son that got married to my son-in-law's sister, Sophie and Robert. So shout out to you guys.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
So what'd you shoot?
Shot 75.
Oh my goodness. You should have been out there with the pros.
No, I'm a shell of my former self.
So how'd you do on the back?
That's good.
This is kind of a crazy spot. I think Saul might have misclicked here and 3-bet way smaller than he was trying to. So now Josh is getting better than 3-1 to peel one off here, and he's trying to decide if Jack 5 suited is still too weak.
Yeah, I didn't realize the 3-bet was so small. It's
And it looks very strong, doesn't it? That's all.
It does look really strong, but when you're getting that good of a price, knowing somebody has a big hand, the stronger it looks, it makes it more appetizing to call because now you know you get paid off.
Well, the problem is Josh only has 20 bigs, right? 23 bigs.
Right.
He opened off at 25 bigs here, so it's kind of a crazy spot. But
Yeah.
wow,
I think
okay,
I fold.
wow, Saul got that through. I can't believe that.
Yeah. It may have been a misclick, as you said, but
I think that's what he's saying now.
yeah. And but if I'm Josh, I think I'm going to let the Jack 5 go. We're just not deep enough to play those speculative type hands. The Jack pops off there, we're easily dominated. I'm okay with that fold. Get that price. We were talking about earlier, ICM pressure really kicks in. That's a good example of it right there, right? You're definitely going to snap that. You have to think about it. But the bigger pay jumps, even getting a good price, you got a very weak hand. I'm okay letting that one go.
Yeah, and it's hard to flop a huge hand. Like, how often do you flop 2 pair or better? And, that's a spot where he doesn't want to flop 1 pair. What's he do if it comes Jack high? And what's he do if it comes 9-8-5? He's just in a tough spot.
Yeah, easily
So,
dominated.
yeah, a very good fold. And like we saw, if it did come Jack high, he was just dead to a 5.
And Saul is pretty snug. His image is pretty snug. 3-betting out of the small blind, he's going to have a hand usually. In fact, he probably 3-bet the bottom of his range right there.
Yeah, good fold by Josh. Like, when I played with him earlier, he was so aggressive and was picking up pot after pot. So, and the spot looks like he has a pretty good seat with Cruz being on the other end of the table from him. Most of these guys aren't, with the ICM pressure, aren't playing back at him that much. So he's able to open a lot more hands. And he knows if he loses at 2 extra blinds by calling the 3-bet, it makes it harder for him to splash around. And, he was able to raise Jack 7 this hand. If he called there and then, called a bet on the flop, lost another 5, now he's down to, 15 bigs. It's hard for him to be able to splash anymore. He might have had to fold that Jack 7.
Saul's got King 10 off here in the cutoff. Probably going with min or just over it. 250 all day.
Okay, Saul gets it through, starting to chip up.
It's definitely been a change of momentum here.
Yeah, well, when you hit the 2 outer and crack the aces, you seem to get a little pep in your step, right?
True.
Oh, gotta go.
Somebody's saying the mic doesn't work on one of the commentators. Which one? Can you tell us? I'm Kelly Slay. We've got Hunter Cece and, did I pronounce that right? And
Ray Henson.
Ray Henson is the 3rd. Which one can't you hear?
Brad, can you hear me, man? Give us some feedback here.
You guys make sure you got your button pushed down.
He's saying he can't hear Kelly.
Uh-oh, that's not good. I've been doing a lot of talking. If you can't hear me, we're in trouble. Anybody else having the same problem?
How often should you be defending your big blind?
He's trolling us.
He
Yeah,
could be.
I was going to say that's a very wide question.
Kelly, volume is low. Okay.
I can hear you a lot better now.
It could be me not having my mic close enough to my mouth.
I haven't been able to hear you much, and now I can hear you.
Okay, very good.
Oh, and they're saying they hear you.
That's user error.
All right, Chuck opens the 8-9 suited, and Antoine flats the button with 2 queens here.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy.
I think Chuck's going to empty the clip on this one, or maybe he's going for a check jam here.
Yeah. Depending on the size of this bet.
Looks like a pretty quick call.
Yeah, check call. Hoping to turn a diamond. Or a straight, obviously, but a diamond.
Yeah, now he's in pretty rough shape, can only hit a 7.
This is so surprising to see this from Chuck because when we're playing deep in cash, he's going automatic triple barrel here with this hand, and now he's check calling. So,
well, we talked about it before. You know, some ICM pressure and some real pay jumps. So guys are just trying not to bust.
yeah, I'm not hating on the play, by the way. I'm just saying that there's a distinct difference in the approach here.
Oh, sure. Yeah, Chuck likes to get after it when he's deep. There's no doubt about that. But he knows he can just top off whenever he wants to. So.
Well, that's a really good fold there.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really good fold, knowing that, you know, he was just going to have to hit. His stack was getting a little shallow after the bet to be able to make a move at it. Yeah, I don't think I would have been able to just check call, check fold that hand after getting flatted free.
It's almost like he knew he was getting flatted by a monster. I just can't believe he played the hand like that. I've played so many hours of cash with Chuck, and I don't think I've ever seen him do that with an open-ender on a board that wet.
Yeah, well, I mean, like we said, these guys have played together for hours, and, you know, maybe he just sensed it out of Antoine, and, you know, when the board pairs, he's dead if he has jacks or 10s.
Well, he saved himself piles there. Like,
Yeah, it saved his tournament.
Yeah, and again, you know, we're off 20 bigs. We're just going to put our toe in the water and not try to jump until we've got a hand, I think, in Chuck's mind. In the chat, somebody's asking for if we can increase the font size of the big blinds. They're saying that's hard to read, country, but you did add them, so we asked you to do that. So squeezing them in there is good. We'll take it. We'll take what we can get. So there's your answer, GP, whoever that is.
Yeah, this is a tough spot here for Josh. Good fold.
I need a better scouting report on this guy, Josh, because he's playing really good, and I feel like I didn't see anything on his Hendon mob. Maybe he's an online wizard I don't know about. What?
Could be. Somebody in the chat, let us know who's on the rail for Josh. Tell us about your boy.
I mean, every decision he's made today has been great.
He is from Orlando, or lives in Orlando. and he told me that one of his first memories of coming over to the States was watching me get deep in the World Series main event on ESPN and hunting off. So,
What year was that?
2007.
Nice. That's OG.
Yeah, before some people in this room are old enough to even play.
Hunter was probably online at like 12.
I was actually. I stole my dad's credit card.
Somehow I'm not surprised.
Bless you.
Yeah, Antoine raising the ace-10.
Here we go.
Oh,
Chuck,
and Chuck's just going to flat
flat
the kings.
kings.
Oh, I like
Out
it.
of the big blind.
Oh,
Oh,
and
boy.
look-
Here it goes. This is going to
Look at
work.
this flop. Yep.
Chuck is going to get paid here.
Had he ripped it pre, Antoine would have just folded.
Yeah.
And now he just catches perfect flop.
Interesting to see the
So
size
does he
here.
does he keep slow playing here? Or does he check raise small? Does he check rip?
Oh, with this board texture, I like a raise here because
It's
you know
coming.
he could have a hand like Queen Jack and you know the Ace 9, Ace 7s, and he's going to check back a lot of turns where he has equity.
There we go.
And if he does have a hand like 7s or 9s or something, he'll probably just go with it anyway. And obviously the hands you're beat by, he's going with.
Nice chunky check raise here. Hoping maybe it looks drawy. This is probably going to get in there.
No
Oh
way.
boy.
What an insane fold! Wow,
Wow.
beast.
Yeah.
What a fold.
Like I said, we're talking about these guys. You're going to see some. You guys are going to see some nitty folds that you're not used to seeing because when you start to see the whole cards, you sometimes can't see live, especially when these guys can ladder up. You know, this is for some of these guys. These jumps get fairly significant, and they just don't want to go broke with one pair in some of these spots, which seems kind of crazy on the top pair, top kicker there.
Yeah, well, I mean,
somebody
Antoine
draws.
couldn't have gone broke there. He was chip leader. You know, maybe he just knows like he's just not getting check raised by one pair.
Well, I think he knows that Chuck either hasn't beat already or he has a really high
Like
equity draw.
Right, a big draw like a Queen 9 of diamonds. And
Yeah. And he
like
just
you're
wants a
either
good spot.
beat or you're flipping.
Yep.
It's a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, but when Chuck's got 20 blinds, I think I'm just going to have to put my chips in there. Let's see. So Chuck would have got my chips there. Everybody thinks I'm a nit, but I'm paying him off there.
Yeah, he made a great flat pre, catches a perfect flop, and then doesn't get paid. Yeah, Antoine's going to feel really good when he watches the stream and sees
Absolutely.
that.
Oh, it was a great fold. I couldn't have made it. Yeah, Chris says nobody else folding at that table. Chuck got mad unlucky. I agree 100%.
Chuck has to be jamming here off of 21 bigs. I don't want to see any more of this flatting. Wow, he plays so slow.
From a cutoff raise.
I really don't like this one. The other ones,
No.
Yeah,
you could argue.
The kings, you're in a much better spot. With the tens, it's hard to get a good flop with tens.
You just want to ship it and get them off of Queen Jack suited, King Jack suited, King Queen off, hands like that. You know, sometimes you get snapped by nines, right? You're just trying to deny equity, right? Every suited ace has 33% equity against you, right? And when you flat there, like you're just letting him realize so much equity in position.
Yeah, what are you going to do if it comes Queen Jack here? Or that.
Let's see if he ever leads here. Okay.
Not out of the small, maybe, right? Out of the big, you could see some.
I don't really know what Chuck's approach is on these low flops.
You know, Josh is definitely not checking a flop like this. You know, it looks like he's getting called by hands like King Queen, King Jack suited, Queen 10 suited, Ace Jack, you know, hands like that.
I think if I'm playing against the big blind here, I actually will find some checks because I don't want to face a check raise. I've got some showdown value, but against a small blind, I'm not expecting him to have those hands. So I don't mind this bet.
Chuck really has to check jam here. I mean, this is the perfect texture to do it.
Yeah, if you run into it, you run into it. Good game. Easy for us to say. Not our money we're spending.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he should expect to be getting snapped by 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, 3s. You know,
just calls.
Plenty of 5x of clubs kind of stuff.
Wow, I hope overcard doesn't come here.
Just
for Chuck's
ultra
sake.
slow play here.
Yeah.
Now it gets really weird. Like, you almost don't even want to check the turn because if it goes check, check, there's so many rivers that are going to be really difficult. Obviously, you still have to check, but it's not fun.
I think if I'm Josh, are you checking back here with the ace king? You got some showdown value and a couple overs.
No, I think this is a really good merge spot for Josh, where he can move it in and get called by ace queen some of the time, and he can move it in and get 2 9s to fold some of the time. The problem is it's less likely 8s fold now and less likely 6s fold with having the straight draw as well. So it's really the only hand he thinks he could get to fold that's better is maybe like an ace 5.
Well, yep, there's a check back. Ooh.
This is why I don't like Chuck's check call on the flop.
Right, because any overcard, and you just have no idea where you're at.
Not to mention the front door clubs got there, and Josh has a king of clubs, so he can barrel here if he wants to. Put a lot of pressure on Chuck. He doesn't expect Chuck to show up with 10s here. Chuck's leading right out for most of his chips.
So what is Chuck trying to do here? Is he trying to get called by 9s, or maybe he thinks Josh turned to 7 and slowed down? I mean,
I don't quite understand it either. With no club in your hand.
it's a huge bet too.
Yeah, I mean he's not really going to get called by worse. He's not really going to get better to fold. So. He's going to get ace king to fold. I mean, we know that, but that's what he's getting to fold, is hands he's already beating. But maybe he didn't want to face a big bet or a jam on the river. So maybe this is a block bet, but it's big for a block bet, right? So I'm not quite sure. We'll have to ask Chuck later what he had in mind here.
Yeah, he went almost full pot.
He's trying to make it look like ace 10 or something, ace 9. Josh is trying to trick himself into thinking that the king of clubs is a relevant card here, but it really isn't, because most hands that Chuck could have with the king of clubs would have checked jam flop or just got it in free.
Right.
You would think that he would do. You would say the same thing about pocket 10s, and he didn't do it with that either. So.
Right. I think what Josh is thinking here is like he's repping clubs, and he never calls with medium clubs, so it has to be ace high clubs because he has a king of clubs, he has a jack of clubs, so he'd be ripping flop with ace x of clubs, and so he's like, he thinks that he has the ace of clubs in his hand and turning it into a bluff. I bet in his mind he's only losing to ace jack here with the ace of clubs, and he thinks that he would be 3-betting ace jack, and it could be like an ace 10 hand.
Yeah, I feel like
he wants to call. The problem is he doesn't have enough chips. If he calls and he's wrong, he's down to 10 bigs.
Yeah, we're not beating
Good
anything
fold,
there.
man.
Chris McNally in the chat says, if this hand doesn't make people want to come out and play tourneys, nothing will. I'm with you, Chris.
Yeah, I would rather be flatting Saul's open right there, or even Marvin's open, than Josh's open. Josh is just opening. You saw him open the 4-5, the Jack 7. You just have to be getting it, or have to be raising against those hands. And if you happen to run into an ace king or something, you're flipping, you just have to live with it.
Yeah, again, you guys haven't done a lot of these final tables of these main events with Eddie over the last couple of years. You see a lot of people playing a lot of hands in funny ways, just trying not to bust, especially when there's significant pay jumps, and it's real. People trying to ladder up to you guys that are professionals and do it for a living, it looks like something that you wouldn't see, but you see it a lot. Over and over again, people just trying not to get their chips in if they don't have to, and hoping somebody else busts in front of them.
Yeah, right now for 7th place, they have 19K locked up. And if they could just get to 4th, they more than double that.
Right, exactly. That's my point exactly.
So,
Here
yeah,
we go.
so they play a couple days to get down to 7 players, and they're like, I double it. And we got it all in on a call here. Ace, queen to queen 9.
Yeah, it looked like Marvin opened but didn't shove. Had left three big blinds back. Now he's in really bad shape. Gonna need some hearts for a 9. Dakota in the box. What can he do? That's a bad one. No spade. Yep.
Good game, Marvin.
Good game, Marvin. Played well,
Takes
buddy.
home $19,417 for a couple days' work.
Yeah, and I think I'm in the back here with Country, so I can't see our notes from earlier, but I think that's one of the biggest paydays for Marvin. So well done.
Yeah, I played with him earlier today. He said that he likes to play the Pai Gow here, or the UTH.
Hey, Junior. Hey, Junior. Junior.
How big was your pair?
Can I get 100?
No pair. No pair.
Oh, this is the hand that you played.
Pair. You gotta have pair. Call patient. You know how to do pair.
Good game, Marvin. Well played, buddy. You know, people get to a final table, and next time you get back, you get a little bit more experience. You get to watch this back and see if you find some spots that you could play better, or see what other people are doing maybe. There's really a lot to be learned from these live streams, especially when we get experienced pros like Hunter and Ray in here to help you guys.
Yeah, and now we're 6-handed, and you know, as everybody knows, the blinds are going to come around a lot more often. Ranges have to be opened up. 3-bets have to be opened up because the open raises are going to have to be wider. And I don't know if you guys have noticed or not, but I have. Cruz has not played a hand since that king 10.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right.
When I lose a hand like that, I'm not folding the next 8. I just can't help myself. I'm like, all right, I lost that one. I got to go for it.
Well, Hunter was talking about that. He went from $5 million to $3 million. He had such a commanding chip lead, and all of a sudden now he's sort of going to sit out a little bit and maybe let some of the short stacks bust.
Yeah, no, good for him for keeping his composure.
You could have, but I was pretty sure that wasn't.
And Antoine's building a tower over here now.
There's some people, we were playing with a guy earlier who just tanked forever. It was so annoying.
So 6-handed, the paint jumps are starting to get a little bit more serious.
Talking about the guy named Ron.
What is 6th place, guys?
25,171 for 6, 33,015 for 5th, and almost 44K for 4th.
Yeah, so now we're starting to see some fairly significant ICM pressure kick in.
Every single one he would take like at least 46.
The guys are just gonna
You pretty much know what you're going to do.
just see who goes for it. You know, this is what I like to see when we watch these. You see some guys that are just waiting for cards, and they're going to have it when they put their chips in there. And you see some other guys like Tom Cruise who's not afraid to pull the trigger and earn some chips when he doesn't have the best hand, like he did earlier with the 9-7, right?
Yeah. Oh, Chuck makes it back for his blind.
Chuck, did you wash your hands, buddy?
Those whites.
Yeah, so Demas has been pretty card dead, and the few times that he has opened, he's had really bad hands, and has gotten it through just his image of not playing any hands has what's won it for him.
He's got a couple through, and you know, most of these guys are going to have some people on the rail watching the stream on a 30-minute delay, and it's interesting to see when that information makes it back to the players and when it doesn't. Before you got here, Ray, he bet into 3 people on a 7-6 something more like 10-3.
Yeah.
He had 10-3, and he got it. Then he turned to 7 and hit it again and got somebody to fold, got GT Jack to fold pocket 10s, and then I forget what the other hand was. Maybe a flush draw. The other one was like ace 10 of flush. I forget exactly, but it was. He definitely had the worst hand, but he got it through. So I'm curious to know if these guys at the table know that by now or not.
Yeah, there's a lot of times when I'm playing these feature tables where, I tell my friends I don't want to know. Sometimes I'm like, all right, I really want to know.
Yeah.
Because good players are going to be able to mix it up. And, like you guys were saying, Cruz was in there every hand, and now he's just taking a back seat. Like, all right, you guys go at it. So, it's tough, like, knowing that people are playing wild, and then they're able to change gears on you.
So
and this is interesting
I was
here.
going to say, Cruz opened the 9-8 in the cutoff, flops a straight draw, bets it, gets called by Chuck with second pair and some back doors.
Cruz should hit him with about 750 right here. Obviously, Chuck isn't folding this hand, but Chuck is going to have a ton of suited 7s, suited 6s, other draws like 5-4, weak queens like queen deuce suited that might be able to call a turn, but they're not going to be able to call another 2.3 million on the river.
Looks like he went 605.
That'll work.
2/3 pottish. Snap called by Chuck.
Well, he's got all the equity in the world. He can't be folding now, but if it's a brick river, this would be interesting.
Yeah, 10 rivers, interesting.
Put a deuce out there. Oh,
That's a bad card.
Chuck should be able to get away from this.
Yeah, he won't lose any more chips here. 5 of diamonds would have been fun, huh?
I mean, he beats ace jack, ace 10, jack 10, jack 9, but
I don't see Chuck Hero calling here with 20
this
bigs.
is not the right hand. You really don't want to have the 10 of diamonds in your hand.
What do you think Tom's going to do on his sizing here? Pot's 2 million, Chuck's got 2 million.
I don't know. I would expect Cruz to jam if he had air. I think he should also do that if he has it.
Yep, he did.
So, great size from Cruz.
Yep.
Very, very polarizing.
Yeah, Chuck can't call here.
Not with this hand, but it would have been a lot more interesting if Chuck was blocking things that were relevant, like if he had, let's say, Queen 3 of hearts. Like that'd be a pretty clean hand to call off with.
Yeah, it doesn't block any of the draws it missed.
Exactly. And it's also he'd also be blocking topside and king queen at that point.
See, Hunter, old men get the internet too.
I'm just curious what most of these words mean.
Good fold, Chuck.
Yeah. On to the next.
Hey.
It
on break?
He wants to show him. He wants to show me he had the nuts.
You got the nuts.
Since he showed him some air before. Are they on break now, country? Okay, guys, I'm sorry, but the old man is going to have to punch out now. It's I had the wedding last night. I'm going to leave it to you guys, but it is in very capable hands. Hunter and Ray, thank you. Have a good rest of the call here. I'll watch it tomorrow.
All right, thanks, Kelly. And we're going to go on break as well.
if we was open to wanting to chop, would you want to chop?
All right, what's up, guys? We're back.
You open to chopping?
We lost Kelly. He's got to say goodbye before he left. Hunter also left. But joining us now is a guy that actually bubbled this final table, finished in 10th place. Had a nice little run. Run Good Pro, Houston native, Jonathan Gavallo. Welcome.
How's it going, y'all? Glad to be here.
I'll tell you how I am.
Best bet's been great to me, and
I ain't as much worried about the
looking
money.
forward to seeing some hands with these guys.
If y'all want to chop and let me have
Got to spend a couple of days with them, so.
And you see chip sacks coming up right now. 48 bigs, 45 bigs, 32 bigs, 24 bigs, 20 bigs, and 16. Great structure here at Best Bet. Still playing pretty deep when the short stack is 16 bigs deep.
I don't care about trophy.
A lot of play left. Yeah, Tom Cruise really narrowed that gap between Anton.
You give him the ring?
Very last
No,
year.
no, let's play. Let's just play a little bit longer.
Should be fun to watch.
Let's play, man. Play. Let's just,
Now you took the heads up.
you want, I mean, you want, would you willing me to take,
And blinds are now at 60,000, 120,000 with the 120,000 ante. And that's why you saw the average stack go down a little bit.
Solid jacks here.
and let's,
Jacks is a pretty good hand.
And
Good
everyone
pick up the blinds,
folds.
yeah.
how much,
I got to say, played them pretty much perfect.
Yeah. Anytime you can win with jacks, you played it perfect.
45, 65?
4.5. I'll chop if y'all want. I just want.
Looks like they're talking a chop here. It's hard to get a chop through 5 ways. There's always somebody that's like, no, it's usually me. But
I like your style, Ray. Pretty sure today's no chop Monday, so.
yeah,
That's a good payout, Ray.
I'd love to play tournaments out.
Yeah, it's so rare that you get to make a deep run, so.
Well, it's rare I do.
Exactly.
You
Me
make
too.
deep runs.
I don't know about that, man.
Were you not asking 10-handed if they wanted a chop?
That wasn't me, you know. I kind of just threw my chips in there. I probably should have, though. Probably would have made a little bit more money, but that's fine. Still had a lot of fun. Still got to gamble it up a little bit.
That's just things that collect dust as far as I'm concerned.
Chuck here opens with the Queen 9 suited, and Demas calls with the 6s out of the small blind.
Yeah, a little over 2.5x.
Yeah, I don't care. You can have it.
I'll take,
Oh, Demas, that's a above average flop for 2 6s.
I don't think we'll be seeing a fold from him here.
No, and Chuck with the snap check back. And,
Yeah, I see him.
He'll be losing the minimum.
It's just a formula. It's just a
yeah,
mathematical formula.
Demas bets about half pot. Take it down. And he's going to show him.
That's nice of Demas.
Yeah, he liked to have fun at the table. He was in there.
They won't stop the clock apparently.
He's a very nice guy, complimenting everybody. Took beats like a champ.
Yeah, him and I got pretty friendly while we were playing with 11 left. With 11 left, we got into a pretty big hand where I folded jacks on a 9-high board and he showed me a better hand. But it was definitely something he didn't have to do, but he's a nice guy.
let's don't stop the clock.
Wow. So you also played your jacks perfect, I guess. Maybe you should have folded 3. That would have been perfect.
Yeah.
It's a mathematical formula. That's all it is.
I want to win. As long as I can win. How much is that?
120 total.
I have a huge problem.
Did Chuck say he has a huge prop bet?
No, I think that was Cruz.
Oh, okay.
They're talking chop, and he said as long as he wins.
Oh, interesting.
You have the exact chip counts right in front of you.
All right, yeah, so just a quick heads up what's going to happen here. They are going to just kind of pause play in the meantime to get make sure the chip stacks are exact and everything, and then they'll run the numbers real quick to get the ICM values as far as what the payouts are going to be. So there will be a little bit of a pause and play here.
All right.
But they'll just run the numbers real quick, and then we'll see what they say as far as whether they're going to continue playing or if they do agree to doing a 5-way chop here.
Yeah, and like I said, it's always hard to do 5 ways. It's even when everybody says, "Oh, let's look at the numbers." I feel like more often than not, somebody says no.
Ray, have you ever done 5-way chop?
I've never done. Not that I know of. I'm pretty certain I haven't. I've very few times have I ever chopped. I did one recently where we did a 3-way chop.
From you. 2, 3, 4. I want to count from him.
And I can't remember who it was with. It was with 2 pretty good players. I know Max Young was one of them.
Very good player.
And I can't remember the other kid's name, but he was really good. And that whole final table was just stacked. It was like a 3K turbo or something. And so we all had like 7 bigs when we chopped.
Not too much play, good players.
So I think what's going to be the hold up here, you look at the chip counts here. T. Cruz and Antoine's chip stacks are really, really close to each other.
Technically 30,000 because he paid both his lines.
Yeah, T. Cruz with 1 more big, 120,000 more.
No, not right now. Just starting them and find out they don't start.
No,
That's all that.
no, it's big. No.
You know, you're a lawyer, right? You're a attorney.
I'm aware of
Yeah, there's payouts in it.
We actually taught
That's without chop.
Yes. I have backgrounds in
And what they're talking about here, it's you know, you might be thinking, oh, it's easy, chop 5 ways, everybody just takes 20%. But what they're doing is there's a mathematical formula for that will put in everybody's chips. Each person's guaranteed 25K. So they take 25K times 5 players out of the price, or yeah. No, there's 6 players left. Yeah, there's 6 players left. So they would take 25K out of, you know, the prize pool 6 times, and then they figure out the chip value for each chip, and then put in each person's chip stack, and it gives you a formula and tells each person what they're getting. And everybody says, well, that's not fair for the big stacks. And I mean, it is. I mean, it just breaks down. I prefer not to chop because I like to play shorthanded. I like to play tournaments out. It's not often you get to play a tournament 3 or 4-handed, you know, especially when there's a lot of money on the line. That's just a personal thing. An ICM chop does not benefit a short stack, does not benefit a big stack. You know, it's just a fair way of breaking down what each chip is worth. So yeah, I'm sorry when I said 5. It is 6 players left.
What are the odds you think they come to an agreement?
They all seem like they wanted it, and I know Cruz seemed like he was the only holdup. He said, as long as I get to win, I'm okay with it. And if the graphics are correct, which I believe they are, he is the chip leader.
Okay, there you go. And I can come back. I can watch it later.
Oh, and Demas is getting the live stream with it. So we have to say some nice things about him because we know he's going to be watching.
Nothing but nice things to say about that man.
Yeah, no, it was fun to play with you. If you watch this, Demas, I'm sure I'll see you in the future. Very fun player to play with.
Yeah, all that I ask is that next time you take less of my chips.
I agree. He took a lot of mine as well.
So Demas actually also final tabled our Ambassador Bounty event as well.
Okay.
So this is his second time being here this week on a final table on the live stream.
Yep.
The only other player that did that was Alex V, who final tabled event 1 and also final tabled the bounty event as far as live streams are concerned. He did final table another tournament out there as well, but he did final table both these. All right, let's hear what Johnny has to say real quick.
Yeah, from me.
So you're going to get 47,775. 64,422, 48,112, 58,061, 70,672, 71,378.
Let's do it. Let's play a little bit.
Oh, come on, man. Come on. It was 48.
Oh, interesting. So it was Chuck that turned it down.
My bad, Chuck. Let's go.
Yeah, so they came with the numbers. They told each person what they were going to get. And if one person objects, there is no deal. And Chuck objected, and it looked like all 5 other players are upset with it. So, but you don't have to agree to it. Like, if you're ever in this situation and people are trying to pressure you into it, if you don't want to make a deal, don't make a deal.
Stick to your guns.
Listen,
Play it out. Have some fun.
I'll try it.
Enjoy the moment.
I agree. I like it.
That's what we come for. All the money.
Everybody always says, oh, the person that objects always busts next. Not in... I've seen it go the other way.
Is that what happened to you earlier this week in the...
That is what happened. So we got down to 4-handed in the Big O event, and they asked me if I wanted to look at the ICM numbers, and I was short a stack. They said, "Do you want to look at ICM numbers?" I'm like, "No." I'm like, "I like to play." And they said, "What if we chopped even?" I said, "I still like to play." So we played, and I got 4th, and then they chopped as soon as I busted. So, you know, it could backfire on you. You know, I cost myself a couple $1,000s, but
I mean, how much are you wanting?
but I'm okay with it.
How much are you wanting? I'm asking. 19. That's what I want. What do you want? Come on, that's a stupid question. I'm saying ICM. I just got to play. It's all good. I don't know about ICM. What does that mean?
What does ICM even mean?
Well, we know who the OMC is at the table.
You know what?
Chuck just keeps growing on me, let me tell you.
And Chuck's one of our regulars that's in the room quite a bit. He plays a lot of the big games, plays some 2-5, plays a lot of the PLOs and everything. So he just wants to go wherever the action is.
Oh yeah, I played some cash games with Chuck earlier in the week. He was a lot of fun. He gave me some food recommendations.
Oh, nice.
Can't remember which ones he told me. We I can tell you, I ate quite a bit in the sound and had a lot of really good bills.
Chuck, you're my big blind. 120. Wow.
Yeah, I'm glad RunGood finally got a stop here in Jacksonville, and really confident that we'll be back very soon.
Yeah, I've been telling a lot of people leading up to the event with all of our cash games that we live stream and everything, and talk about how excited I was to kind of see a new series kind of come through, you know? I mean, and this is you guys' first stop here in Jacksonville. I know you guys did a stop earlier in Florida at one point, but your first time here in Jacksonville. I was glad to hear you guys had a good time. We definitely had a good time hosting you guys.
Yeah, we were in southern Florida, and it was first time up north, and I mean, the weather was nice all week. Got to go golfing with one of the regulars here, Brett Fetter. He plays here quite a bit, lives right down the road, and took us golfing. It was a great time. And we got it all in a call here. Josh jamming the Queen 9 and Chuck as the Ace King.
Man, and Antoine folded the Ace 10 before the flop.
Yeah, Antoine just folds the Ace 10 under the gun. And look at this flop. Hits the 9.
Oh,
then,
my
goodness. Chuck
what
hits
a
a
river.
queen. So it looks like Josh is eliminated, right?
Yeah.
Chuck had more chips. Yeah, so Chuck turning down the deal and then busted somebody, and now everybody's getting more money.
Yeah.
And you know, they're all mad at Chuck, and now only one of them's mad at Chuck.
How the tides have turned. And Josh played a great game today too.
Yeah,
he
really did.
He's actually the one who busted me out in 10. And I just couldn't have more respect for his game.
Yeah, he came into the day as chip leader. held that title for most of the day. And he started the day on fire, got over $1 million right away, and just kept the pressure on, and played great all day, and spun that into $25,171. So good job, Josh.
Not a bad payday.
I know he lives in Orlando, so I'm sure he'll be back here playing some tournaments soon. He obviously loves it here. Look how well he did. So now everybody, the 5 players, have 33,000 locked up. Obviously, everybody's shooting for first, 120K up top.
Next pay jump is for $10,000.
Yeah, guys, also, if you do want to see the payouts for yourself, you can type in ! payouts in the YouTube chat. If you're watching on Facebook, you can go up to the pinned comments, and you'll see the payouts there as well. So you guys have some tools to yourselves in the chats if you guys want to check out those payouts for yourself. Also, if you like what you're watching, if you like tournament action, you like seeing what we have, make sure you hit that like and subscribe on our YouTube channel. Greatly appreciate all the support we get.
240 total.
Tom Cruise with a pretty good hand here, the Queen Jack suited. And depending on what the flop is, we could have some fireworks.
Yeah, Demas with a pretty standard King 10 defend. I was just about to say, this is, I've seen him lead out on some boards like this, and in spots where I never got to see his hand because nobody was able to do anything. And Jack deuce 3 all hearts, and he just comes out firing with no pair, no draw.
But a lot of heart.
There are a lot of hearts out there. The biggest one
1.2 mil.
in his heart.
But Tom isn't having any of it.
Yeah, it's a good raise and take it.
Dangerous board. Not a lot of good turn cards from the hand. Like the way he played it.
So what's the next RunGood stop? Where are you guys going next?
The next one is Council Bluffs next?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yeah, Council Bluffs. I'm not going to be able to make it. This is my last RunGood stop for the foreseeable future. I have some family time and a couple of vacations and a golf tournament coming up.
Nice, okay.
Before my World Series grind.
Yeah, you're going on a yoga retreat with your wife, right?
Yep, going to Belize for a yoga retreat for a week, get some relaxation in before the World Series, and but I know coming up real soon is the Council Bluffs stop, Kansas City, and the downstream in Joplin, Missouri.
Gotcha. Well, glad you were able to make this be your last stop before you hit those endeavors for yourself.
Yeah, this one I actually kind of had to squeeze in. But when Tana told me, he was like, we're doing best bet. And I was like, when? And he told me, I was like, I'm going to make it work. So, I've never been here before. It's my first trip here. And, I wanted to come for a long time. And some of the events, I just already had plans, or I have 3 kids, teenagers that are busy with sports, and it just hasn't worked out to where I could come. And I was like, you know what, I'm not missing this one. I get to plan 2 months in advance. I'm going to be there. And I actually got here, played the first event, the re-entry, all the way through. So
nice. I see a flush draw for Cruz here on this flop, while Antoine does hit his queen.
Yeah, this is a blind versus blind, so Antoine limped in and Cruz raised it.
Antoine will just call here. That's his style.
Yep. So take a little pot control.
Especially against the only stack that covers you.
And the turns an ace, obviously a card Antoine doesn't want to see.
Is that all you want?
Gives Cruz a little more equity. Hit the king, the jack, or the heart now. And against another big stack, this is it's a tough spot to be in because you want to go for it, but you also, you know if you're wrong, this could cost you a lot of chips. But as we've seen, Cruz has the tendency to go for it a lot here. And he does, comes with over $1 million.
Yeah, $1,400,000 to bet.
This here is a tough call, especially knowing that you'll probably face a river bet from Cruz.
Yeah.
Yep, Antoine lays it down.
Yeah, it's a good fold. Just, you can't call there if you're not planning on calling the river. And okay, that wasn't blind versus blind. It was under the gun raise. I read the graphics wrong.
Those graphics do take a minute to get used to when it's the first time you're seeing them.
Yeah, I thought it, I was thinking the button was where it was now, but yeah, facing under the gun raise, it was much, don't want to say easier because that's a tough word, but, you know, it much more likely fold. I think Chuck raising here with the jack 10 suited, and Antoine just going to call out of the small with the dominating ace jack.
Your heads up.
$8-7-9 flop.
Above average flop for Chuck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Antoine won't be just check folding this flop with the 2 overs, gutter, the jack of clubs. Even though we could see he's dead right now.
Are you ever down betting here, Ray?
Yes. Yeah. He comes with a little over half pot. I would have probably gone like 250. I just don't want to lose him.
Yeah.
Don't want to give him any chance to fold.
And this is giving Antoine a pretty good reason to fold. So we'll see what he decides here, but it wouldn't surprise me if he did just throw it in the muck.
I see a RunGood bag back there in the back. Somebody bought them some merch. Antoine's just so solid. I did not expect to see a fold there.
Seems like a very humble person.
He really does. I saw him take a couple beats today, and you know, he just took it in stride. Like, you know, just, you know, takes a beat. It's like, all right, how much is it? Just slides the call in the middle, and it's like, good hand. And
his style of play reflects his character as well. If he doesn't think that he can call down, then he'll just throw it in the muck.
yeah, it's so tough. 5-handed with ace jack.
I'm usually 3-betting in that spot just to avoid those certain situations, but it's probably a good thing you didn't. Otherwise, he'd have probably lost a little bit more to old Chuck.
375.
Cruz loves those glasses.
Those are a staple.
Yeah.
And you know when they come off, he is immediately in the tank.
I've got to get myself a pair of those glasses.
You want to try ICM now? Try. And try ICM now.
I don't know what that means. You mean
You want to try it?
see.
Huh?
I mean, we can see.
Hey, what's the number?
I'm not sure though. I mean, I'm just totally not sure.
Sounds like Chuck's not sold on
Based
it.
on chips.
No, he's
Absolutely, yeah.
good on Chuck though for sticking with his guns.
Where we
It's,
get numbers from?
you know, I see so often people pressured in these spots, and you know they're like, oh, let's look at the numbers. They're like, look, you're getting better than third place. There's 5 people left. Anything can happen.
Bam, bam.
And they're like, well, I don't want to. They're like, oh, you should do it, and they end up doing it. You know, if you, like I said, if you don't want to chop, don't chop. Don't let people tell you what to do.
I want you to run it one more.
Hey, roll some numbers again.
Just like to let you guys know, the first one was a courtesy, but I won't stop the clock.
Yeah, sure, yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Betting a call on this flop with 2 pretty good looking hands.
And let's see if Saul continues. Oh, he checks after he picks up the equity.
Chuck checks back.
Check.
Ace High's going to take it.
Friendly game.
By the way, in case you guys did not hear Johnny, who is our tournament director, he did specify to the players that if they asked him to run the numbers again, the first time he did stop the clock as a courtesy, but he did inform the players that if they asked him to run the numbers again for a potential chop, the clock will remain running this time around. So
That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, most places won't even stop the clock the first time.
120 to go. Fold 6. Fold 7. Let's go 350 from look 2. Fold 3.
We see another raise out of stall here on the button this time. To 350 with the king 9 suited. And Demas has shown he likes to defend his lines a lot.
He's not a folder.
Yeah, and everybody always wants to defend against the button raise. Yeah, this one's not strong enough. It's just so hard against that button raise. It's
last time did affect it a little bit.
I got half the chips to flop me.
68,245, 62,331, 54,739, 67,825, 82,108.
Let's do it. I'm good with this. You good, Chuck?
Nope. Let's see what Chuck has to
yeah,
say.
and you see Chuck doesn't want to do it. He's feeling pressure.
I mean, it's just, you could go out the next hand.
I know I could.
You could go out the next hand.
I could win the damn tournament.
I mean, Chuck.
Heck yes, you could, Chuck.
You do or no?
And I didn't hear the exact numbers, but I'm pretty certain they're all pretty much even, and then Cruz
gets an extra 20,000.
Yeah.
Anybody could go out in the hand.
So they're all getting about third place money.
And the verdict is
Okay, just so you guys know, there's something else that goes with first place prize.
Yeah, we know.
The dream seat.
Yeah.
What
Do
is
you guys
that?
know what it is?
No, I don't know anything about it. What is
It's every ring winner from the whole season gets an invite to play into a tournament in California in November. The winner of that tournament gets to go to $1 million free roll. And whoever takes the seat gets a free entry into that preliminary
I'll
tournament.
play for us. I'll play for all of us. Take that much percent of it.
I don't want to go to California to play. I'm happy to have you play for me. I'm happy to have you play for me.
It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 of us left.
They are lobbying so hard.
Yeah, they are.
I'm really good with that. I'm totally fine with that. I have no interest in going to California. I'm telling
how big this
you, I'm
prop
happy
bet
with
is that Cruz has.
I'm happy to have you play for us.
He seems like he really wants this shot.
My God, what's going on now?
And Chuck doesn't.
Hey, Chuck, there's 5 of us. I'll play for all of us. We'll take 20% apiece inside that seat.
How much do you have?
I have.
Not you.
Not you.
I got about.
You can call him No Chop Chuck for the rest of the
No
night.
Chop Chuck.
That's a good name. I might put that on the next time he's on a cash stream live stream.
That would be awesome.
Yeah.
Make us proud, Chuck. There it is.
Are you good with that? I'll play for all of us.
Let's play.
There it is. Yeah.
Let's go back on. All right, guys. So what Haley came in to tell everybody that's left, any winner of the ring events gets what's called a dream seat.
Talk about that dream seat.
Yeah. So at Thunder Valley at our championship event this year, there will be a free roll, and it's invite only. You have to win a Run Good tournament at some point this season. Invite only. The winner of that tournament will win an entry into a $1 million free roll at the Poker Go Studio in Las Vegas. There's no buy-in. Invite only. Winners only. And the $1 million free roll, no buy-in. So, you know, it's
sounds like a heck of an opportunity.
Yeah, that could be a pretty big parlay. And Cruz was lobbying, saying he'll just play for 20%, give everybody, you know, their 20% each. And No Chop Chuck wasn't going for it.
No Chop Chuck.
Good on for him, you know, for sticking to his guns.
Wait, so Ray, you're telling me that if I win a $200 Run Good tournament, I could get a free entry into this parlay?
Correct.
Wow.
But I don't think you can win a tournament. I've seen you play.
You're right. Hey, man, miracles happen all the time. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, it any event, you the dream seat. It's a pretty nice parlay.
Yes, it is. Saul actually opening it up here a little bit.
And, I mean, you have to. 5-handed. It's the blinds are coming around. If you don't pick up chips, you can't just sit here and wait for aces, kings,
Ace Jack suited.
Ace Jack suited. Those hands don't come around very often.
Let's see what size Saul uses here. Next continuation bet.
What's that like? What's up? Oh, touchdown.
I like the sizing. 250 is good.
I like it too.
Here, hey.
And we've seen Saul shut down when he picks up the equity before, and yeah, there it is. Doesn't want to get check raised and not have a chance to see if he hits his gut shot. And he also thinks the jack could be good. You know, Antoine can have just a random 9. Don't see what the river is. Yeah, there it is, a 4, and Antoine get a bet and win. And yeah, I think it's lucky for Saul he didn't hit a jack. He would have had to pay it off.
Pretty clean run out there.
So it looks like a lot of the chat went from rooting for Cruz to a lot of people are rooting for Chuck now. Let's go, No Chop Chuck.
Yeah, let's see if we get some No Chop Chucks in the chat.
Yeah,
get a little fun.
Yeah, you guys tell us, who are you rooting for?
See, Miss Deb's already on it. Let's go, no chop chuck.
Yeah, we have some cruises in the chat. We got some chucks in the chat.
Where is it? 335.
The thing I like about Cruz is he throws his chips in the same way that he plays. Very, very aggressive.
You gonna chat with me, Cruz. You gonna chat with your boy.
Come down, me and you. I can bet your ass I'll chop it.
Hey, fight.
You can bet your ass.
That's my guy.
Hey.
I told you, we like you.
Hey, there's a couple Antoine fans in the chat as well, and talked about how solid Antoine has played so far.
Yeah, I have never seen this Antoine kid before today. He wasn't one of the ones I was around all week, and I was very impressed with how he played. I was very impressed with his table presence, and I am not shocked to see how well he has played at this final table. And saw raising small blind, chuck chips big, and just gonna take it down. But yeah, I am definitely an Antoine fan.
Yeah, I imagine he plays cash very, very well.
Yeah, I don't know where he's from, but I bet you he plays a lot of 5-10 or 10-20 no limit.
Yes, sir.
We do appreciate you guys hanging out with us. So it's amazing. We had 692 entries in total.
628.
628. Yeah, that's right. 628. Still though, 628.
Doubling the
Double the
guarantee.
guarantee. Really, really solid showing for this main event tournament.
Demas with the sixes again. We know what happened last time he had sixes.
Bro.
This should be interesting. Demas is very sticky, and Cruz is very aggressive. So
125,000 for that. And a call.
it's a good turn for Cruz to double barrel on.
Yeah, not a good turn for Demas to continue on. $265,000 from the seven.
He still calls.
Yeah, he's sniffing it out.
Really good call by Demas. Let's see if he can hold on.
He holds, but you know we've seen Cruz empty the clip.
500,000 from seven.
No hesitation.
Yeah, that was a quick bet. And that's for about 40% of Demas' stack.
And he called it.
Called.
Good call.
Yeah, he's going to be happy about that one.
Yeah.
Good call, Demas.
That was a really good call.
That's really tough. So I don't know if you saw this, but D-Money had a question for you.
I'll scroll this back up in the chat.
How much money does a no chop chuck win? If a no chop chuck, no choke chuck, could no chop chuck would? I've been.
He's been drinking. Drinking a little bit. That's pretty good.
Yeah, that was really good.
That was pretty funny. Also, I guess some background information about Antoine from Nicole there. Said that he served in the Navy, so now that it's mentioned, I can definitely tell that demeanor. Yeah, he's definitely served.
Yeah, thank you for your service, Antoine.
Much appreciated.
I'm sure he appreciates what RunGood is doing this season with the care packages. And I wonder if that had anything to do, I don't know if he's stationed near here or what the deal is, but I wonder if the care packages, like, you know, if he saw that had something to do with him wanting to come play.
Uh-oh. Be careful, man. Be careful.
425,000. That's good.
Yeah, I knew I was an Antoine fan, and now that I know he's a Navy man, definitely can see all that.
I wonder if he's stationed here in Jacksonville. That's where my brother is. Who knows? Maybe they even know one another.
Is your brother Navy?
Yep. It's been in 23 years, so he's retiring this September.
Oh, congratulations.
Raise 300,000 from the two.
So I'll open it up with a 9-10 suited.
Beautiful hand.
Beautiful, beautiful. Love it. Into Cruz's big blind, though, knowing Cruz is not a folder.
Easy call here with the fours.
Heads up. Check 7.
And flops the best hand with the 9. Yeah, it's always difficult to play against somebody like Cruz who could just, you know, is capable of just check raising at any point.
How do you adjust your sizings whenever you face someone that aggressive?
I usually like to go a little bigger if I have it or if I don't have it. You know, just make it a little more difficult for them to make moves, and also make it where I could build the pot bigger for when they do make a move. You know, a lot of times I just try to stay out of his way, you know. Nobody else is really playing back much, so, you know, he's the one guy who I would not be raising his blind very light. Wouldn't be 3-betting on light for sure. But, you know, as it gets shorter, you just have to. You can't stay out of somebody's way for the entire time and expect to win.
You can't stay out of the way forever. So, all very good points.
Yep, you can run, but you can't hide.
Cruz is coming for you.
Yeah. But, I mean, I say that, but then when I'm sitting at the table, I'd be like, just gunning for him. Just like, oh, this guy's going to keep coming after me, I'm coming after him. You know, especially in a spot like this where, you know, it looks like he really wants to get this chop through. I would be like, I know he doesn't want to lose chips, so I would open up 3-bet against him. But it's also, it's so hard when these pay jumps are so big. You make one wrong 3-bet and you're just done.
Could cost you your tournament life.
That's what makes poker so fun. There's more than one way to make every decision. Antoine with the ace queen.
250,000 from 6, fold 7, fold 2, fold 7.
That really is the beauty of poker. It boils down to 3 simple decisions. You can raise, you can call, and you can fold. But there's so much creativity that can be done within all of it.
All right, real quick, let's go ahead and show the chip counts where we're at right now. As you see, the last 5 players remaining as far as chip counts go, and this is what the payouts remain. Again, whoever is eliminated next, taking home $33,015, but they are playing for that $120K up top for first place.
And the dream seat.
And the ring.
And the ring, yep. And as you just saw on the pay scale there, It's a 10K jump from 5th to 4th. And 10K is a lot of money when, you know, 1,200 buy-in.
These stacks have evened out quite a bit.
Yeah, they are very, very even. Cruz raising the cut here with 2 6s, and Chuck coming along from the small blind with Jack 8. Oh, and look how many cards he could win with. Just come scrolling through the top all at once.
It's the perfect turn card for Chuck's hand.
600,000 of 3.
There's not much Cruz can do here.
No, it's. I mean, what, you know, what can Chuck really have here that he calls from the small that he likes his hand against? So, good fold by Cruz.
All right, while we're getting ready for next hand, for those that are just joining us and never visited our YouTube channel before or any of our live streams, this event is taking place at Best Bet Jacksonville. We have 3 locations in total in the area: Best Bet Jacksonville, Best Bet Orange Park, and our new location that we opened up down in St. Augustine. So, yeah, if you're in any of those 3 areas anytime visiting and you love poker, obviously, come check us out.
Raise. 400,000.
Are you standing here all week? Are you standing?
Raise and take it from Demas.
Alright, blinds are up.
They said all week.
God, if you've never been here, come in, try the sushi. Thank me later.
Big. 160. What'd you say?
Be sure to meet the staff as well. A lot of friendly people, a lot of good dealers, a lot of good floor.
I heard Dakota did announce that the blinds are up. So there you see it, 80,000 small. Yep. 160 big, 160 ante.
Raise 400,000 from 3.
Yeah, so with the blinds going up, it's going to cause people to, their stacks are shrinking. So call from the big there with by Cruz.
Big flop for Chuck.
Check.
Cruz keeps getting 6s and Chuck keeps getting big draws.
Straight draws, flush draws.
600,000 from 3.
He's backing it up by aggression, which is winning them these pots.
Interesting little tidbit here too. Remember, Cruz was really trying to push for that chop, and Chuck said no, he wants to keep playing, and no chop. Chuck is now taking some of Cruz's chips here.
Yeah, that's it's always fun when it goes like that. Andy busted the first guy, you know, after they talked about Chuck.
Yep.
He has steadily been building a stack.
Chuck's saying y'all are at my table right now.
Yeah, so while this is going on right now, the final event just wrapped up. There was a one-day closer event with Carl Masters taking it down for $12,400.
Nice.
You know Carl,
That was the
right?
one day? Yeah. Man, I played a little bit with Carl on day 1 of the main event, and he was a really nice guy. He was a tough player too.
Yeah, he's really good friends with Dan Lowry.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, He is deceivingly very tough.
Yes, he had some really good 3-bets. That just put me in a blend.
Yeah, that event you're referring to, Ray, is our $500 no limit hold'em tournament that we do, as always, like a wrap up on the Sundays and everything. And that one is a very, very popular event. A lot of people like to enter that one.
Oh yeah, there's 171 players on a Sunday.
Yeah,
that's incredible.
2 of those were me.
Fair. I still want to find out the person, though, who did fire 13 bullets in event 1.
We know that person.
I know that person very well. You talked about the person that fired 13 and did not bag.
That would be the one I heard about.
Yeah. I'll see if I can get a hold of him. That was embarrassing.
Very inverted needle there.
I did lose in the last level of the night to the person that ended up bagging chip lead 2 different times.
Oh wow! Ugh.
And both were pretty big pots.
Ouch.
Here we have a really interesting hand. Chuck went the small blind, and Demas raised to 610,000 out of the big.
Yeah, pretty big raise.
1 million? 1 million is the bet.
1 million.
1 million. How many tournaments did you enter, Ray? Did you enter all of them basically, or?
I did not play the heroes yesterday.
I gotcha.
I took the day off, even though that is probably my best event. I took the day off. My wife drove here with me, and we brought our dogs.
Oh, okay.
So we went to the beach yesterday. There's a jazz festival on the beach.
Oh, Jack's Beach?
Yep.
Okay.
We have an Airbnb down there, so we went down there, hung out for the day. And there was one more of the... on Monday, there was a single one day. That was the day I golfed with Brett, and did not play that day.
Gotcha. You gotta take in the sights and everything, especially if you get to go down to the beach area and even down to Ponte Vedra and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, I was never able to make it that far south, but we stayed right on the beach, a couple blocks away, and every single night we would just walk our dogs like down, either the boardwalk or on the beach or just down 3rd Avenue.
Sure.
And we absolutely loved it. The weather's just been perfect. It really only rained one day the entire time we were here, and it was just for a few hours.
Ooh, Antoine here in the big blind, pocket jacks.
With the smooth call.
Call from $6. Heads up.
7, 10, 6 flop. Oh, Cruz does catch a 10.
Check 6.
I wonder if Antoine will raise here. Or if he'll just call.
With a board like this, somebody as aggressive as Cruz, I could see him going for a raise. Just because Cruz could have a lot of random 8s and 9s in his hand. And he doesn't want to give the king 9 with an over and a gutter a free shot at 7 outs. But Cruz has also shown he's not checking back turns. Which also, I mean, there's a lot of bad cards for Antoine where he's just left guessing on the turn.
And I call.
Yeah, so he comes with a call here, which, he's just going to let him blast off.
That's one of those bad turns.
Yeah, and Cruz has the perfect hand to check back with here because he, he thinks he's winning, but he's like, what am I going to get called by? Jacks? You see him? Jacks? He had jacks.
Yeah.
How did I lose that hand? It's a great check. It's a lot of times you have to check. Knowing you're going to win the hand, you just have to check.
Absolutely. Especially in a tournament, it's tough to get thin value whenever each chip means so much. And if you're wrong,
160, 160.
It could be detrimental.
Yeah, but I mean that's one of those spots where he could have used his image and bet, and got called by worse. But you know, lucky for him, he did check back. I don't think he ever checked back thinking that he was losing to an overpair.
He did not.
And that's not a dig on him at all. That's just, you know, it's one of those spots where you're never supposed to be against an overpair.
I never would have seen it coming either.
Yeah, Antoine's played so solid.
He's had quite a few great starting hands along the way too. But he's definitely playing very well.
Folds the cruise in the blind. I expect a raise. Said that before I saw his hand. Now that I see his hand, I expect a raise. This situation's happened like 5 times, and every time he's raised and taken it. So, you know, I don't expect him to slow down now, and I wouldn't either. He has the chips. He can put the pressure on. Here comes the slam.
You folded already. I can't face a raise. I don't have enough hands to do anything.
Well, he almost raced.
Well, he was going to raise.
If he keeps working, why changing it up?
Yeah.
I think we see a little bit of frustration from Saul there, of just being card dead and just trying to move on to the next hand. But
yeah, Saul's one of those guys. You know, when I played with him, he likes to play fast and doesn't want a slow game. I don't blame him. I don't like a slow game either. I like for it to go fast. And Cruz was just thinking about how much he was going to raise. It was, you know, wasn't anything malicious.
yeah, he knew what was coming.
50,000.
Here's the ace queen, obvious raise, and gets through. Yeah, so 8160. So that means 400K every 5 hands. You just can't lose 400K every 5 hands, and you know, you have to find a hand that you're gonna have to play along the way, and you just can't wait for the ace king or the queens.
All in announced from 2.
These orbits are not cheap.
And here's Saul with the ace 4, you know, whereas he wouldn't have done that a couple levels ago. But now that there's 5 left, and he has way less big blinds because the blinds are going up, coming around faster. He just has to.
When you get short-handed, you have to start opening up. Otherwise, you're just going to blind out and never stand a chance. So, good shove by Saul. Way to take down the blinds.
It's going to be hard for you to look at aces. I knew where at least one of them was.
And again, guys, next elimination, we do get 5th place will be getting themselves $33,015. But everyone here at the table, including No Chop Chuck, is trying to get that 1st place prize, $120K up top.
How much do you think he's going to love his new nickname?
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that's what you said. Antoine's been picking up hands.
Raise 900,000 from 6. 900,000. 900.
Now, the orbit before, it was the same thing. Cruz raised Antoine's big blind, and he didn't re-raise with jacks. So Cruz is sitting here with king queen, and he raises and he gets 3-bet. He's like, what's he re-raising with if he didn't re-raise with jacks? He blocks kings, he blocks queens. Hey, it's just so polarized here. Like, he just, like, could just have a hand that he's just tired of. Like, look, you're going to quit raising my blind, or, you know, he could have it. And, you know, unfortunately for Cruz here, he's in that spot to where he knows his image is he opens a lot of hands. So when he gets 3-bet, he doesn't like to fold. I get it. I've been in that spot. And, you know, he has hope he doesn't catch a little bit of the flop. And
he did.
And he catches a little bit, and, like, they're 20 big blinds deep. Like, this is going to be a tough hand to get away from.
All in? 1 million? Oh, 1 million. I'm sorry. 1 million is the bet.
Oh, I thought he said all in.
I thought he said all in as well, but I guess he did clarify it is 1 million.
I mean, and I think Cruz thought he said all in too. And he turned around and he looked like, I could never fold this.
Yeah, cocktails.
I need first place.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough hand to get away from for Cruz. I know personally I couldn't get away from this here.
Especially if we're going to call 3-bet with this hand.
Right.
33,000.
But one thing we know, Cruz is hating this situation.
Yeah, he is. You can tell that demeanor has definitely changed here.
All in and out. Yeah. And a call.
Yeah, he knows when he gets called.
King. Oh, man.
Look at disgust on his face.
And now he's at risk.
Yeah.
And the 3's a terrible card because now he can only hit a queen, and it's not a queen. And Cruz is eliminated. Good game, Cruz. He played great. Put all the pressure and.
Close. No, he got a lot of chips. No,
He's definitely a very tough player to play against.
Yeah.
Young boy got almost 5 million.
Yeah, they're double checking to see if Antoine did have Cruz covered, and if the graphics and everything is correct, he did, and that would be sending T. Cruz home in 5th place.
Yeah, you know, it's just very unfortunate flop. It's, you know, if he could just not flop anything there, he just gets off of it and
No,
folds.
he got 3. No, he got no cover. Almost close.
And there it is. Yep, he is indeed covered, and Antoine does win it, or win this pot from T. Cruz, and the overall effective chip leader now.
Yeah, I wish the graphic was still up so I could see how big. Oh, there it is. I was wanting to see how big the pot was. Yeah, so he has 9.4. So he has almost a 3-to-1 chip lead over Demas, who's in 2nd.
He barely had Cruz covered.
He did.
That was a massive pot.
That took a while to count down. But a good game, Cruz. You played great.
Still at 160? Yeah, still 81, 66.
Very much a cooler.
Yeah.
5-handed.
And just like that, we are now down to our final 4.
Yeah, so we're saying the blinds come around fast 5-handed. Come around a little faster 4-handed.
Would you say about 20% faster?
About, roughly.
162 go.
That's fast.
Raise to 440.
Justin, that was a while back. I want to say though, for up top anyway, I remember it was a little over 92,000 if they did chop it the last time they discussed it. I don't remember what the other 3 places were.
I think they were all, when they talked about chopping 6 ways.
Right.
It was
70.
They all had around 3rd place money, which is 58K. It was within a few thousand. One way or
Right,
the other.
yeah.
And then Cruz would have gotten 82.
Gotcha. Okay.
And now he gets 33. So I know he's going to go home. He's going to be sick, you know. But, I mean, 33,000's a lot of money. You know, nothing to be upset about. He played great. Sometimes you just can't do it.
Gotcha. 82. Okay. Yep.
About a little under
82. Okay. I thought I heard 92, but yeah, 82. That sounds a lot more accurate.
Looks like we have a raise and a shove here.
Small, big, full. Yeah. Raise 320. All in.
Yeah, he went all in. Cruz went all in. He hit the queen. And he had aces.
Tough spot for Antoine, especially against Saul.
Yeah. Still trying to get all of his chips together, too.
That's a fun feeling.
Yep.
I love raising when my chips aren't stacked. Yeah, and again, Cruz, if you go home and you watch this and you're feeling like you're sick and that you should have won 82,000 or whatever it is, like don't be upset with yourself. It's, you know, 33,000 still good money, and you know, it's not always in the cards for you.
And I want to say as well, for our tournaments in our event series that we're doing anything, this is the third main event that T. Cruz has final tabled.
Oh wow!
So he is not a stranger to those spots.
Yeah, and it showed. Like, you know, him putting the pressure on, it showed.
Sorry, just like eating me in my boat.
Do you need a hug?
Silver moon! Yeah!
All right.
Someone is excited.
Yeah!
I think I know who that is, too. Oh, it's Nikki. Yep. One of our regulars in the room.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Oh, you have met her.
Yes. I think everybody in Jacksonville has met her.
Safe assumption.
Ray, why do you never greet me like that?
I do.
He does.
Yeah, Nikki was a lot of fun.
Oh, super fun person.
Yeah, and she's very loved in this room by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Raise
So Foltz is small and Demas is
Dakota. I knew I had a rail
second in
somewhere.
chips, and
raise to 585 at the moment.
Nikki's rooting for me.
yeah, he's second in chips, and he's coming after Antoine.
There's a chance that he doesn't even look at his hand before raising that small blind.
I don't think he looked that time. I really don't. I almost asked if he looked because he had those chips stacked up in his cards on the right, and from what I saw, he never looked.
So someone I just thought about that would be absolutely funny if it happens. Now that Cruz has been eliminated, what if Chuck goes, all right, so how do we chop now?
That would be great. It's like, oh, you're getting less money than you were before. That's fine.
560 from the floor.
And Demas's large sizing here makes things a little difficult. And we see Antoine just fold fives and the big blind just fold ace-6. You can't really flat, and it feels kind of scary just ripping it in there. So he's making it really tough on these other opponents.
Yeah, I just think with Antoine's play and what he's been doing, it's going to be hard for these guys to try to catch him.
Demas opened the king-6 last hand, and he folds the king-jack here. How's he know?
Yeah, and I mean, timing is just so huge.
Yeah.
Show these king hearts.
King Jack suited and I folded it. I felt it. I said, not today. No, King Jack, I don't think it's suited.
That is definitely one thing I noticed while playing with Demas, is that he has a very good sense of the table.
Yeah, that
Not folding that. Not folding
pretty
that
good fold
forehand.
there with
It's hard enough to fold in the
the
fold.
king jack four-handed.
160.
I folded aces twice. We gave us 2 8 10.
And it's not only through that fold, but we also see it through the times where
Yeah, the 6-3 raise, the
he
king
opens.
6 raise.
Oh man, Chuck, I got aces.
No
I'll show
chop
which
chuck,
one is it right
taking it
there.
down. Ace 9.
We could ask. Can you ask for the ICM model again, please?
He just went to the restroom real quick, so we'll ask him to
Pushing me.
Oh, what you trying to say?
What will Chuck say?
So no chop chuck. What are your thoughts here?
I would have been happy with the ICM model an hour ago, but whatever.
It's got to be a lot better now.
All in. Probably 2 fold.
It's not necessarily though. I had more chips back then. Whatever. I mean, I'm not so fickle.
You got 3 million.
A little over. That's 3. 3.5. I'm sorry, 3.3. A little over 3.4.
You went all in, right?
Yes, a little over 3.4 back. That's part of it. So.
Okay, I just wanted to know.
3.
I got you covered.
Yeah, 3.4. A little over 3.4.
I'm gonna believe you. I don't know why.
Did you have those beaten?
I had 2 high cards, you know. You were looking at one thing. I was above those, both of
I
those.
get it. But, I mean, that's the only move I have for those cards.
Well, I ain't seen 10 lose yet. Remember that guy? That guy, he had 10 every hand.
Still 160, 160.
Still, yeah, still 80, 160.
Ends every hand.
It's funny, going back to our Winter Series Open, we had event 1 where we had a 4-way all-in. Pocket queens, pocket kings, pocket tens, ace king, and tens, and they were the smaller stack. Tens won the hand.
Raised to 500.
Those other hands never stood a chance.
Yep. But the chip leader who had the kings got some of that too and everything, so it was a double elimination.
Just a double check.
Johnny, this time Chuck asked for the ICM.
Well, I just was curious.
I'm curious.
I'm just curious.
Chuck's asking now.
Still going.
I told you. That would have been funny. Now Chuck's curious.
Okay, fine. All right. Well, just.
Yeah, I mean, but
160.
you know, like I said, you know, you could take it at any point you want. He was getting about 58K then. If they run the numbers now, which I'm not sure if they are or not, I thought they were. But
I think Johnny said that they'll run them after this hand.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
So I bet you it'll come back with he's getting, you know, closer to 80. Even as a short stack, maybe 70.
Well, speaking of tens,
320. From 6 fold. From 2. 160. Works for me.
Yeah, Chuck's going to defend here with a 10-9.
Very reasonable.
Yep.
What I made, 100,000?
Pretty good flop for Chuck too. Especially if you're up against tens.
Check.
Picked up a few chop outs too.
Queen.
No. It's no chop chuck.
That's exactly.
You can't hit a queen and chop.
You can't chop the pot. There's no chop chuck.
Both open it.
Antoine just checked it down.
Go time, baby. Go time.
All right, go time.
160, right?
Yes, sir.
I know you do.
Yeah, I have a feeling Antoine's about to turn it on here.
There you go. I'm trying to show it to everybody, right? Thank you, brother. Thank you for keeping me.
Okay, hold up.
Okay.
Oh, here they come with the numbers.
Forward this hand, okay? 70,728, 64,739, 73,971, 92,796, and the trophy in the ring.
I'll give you 2,000 off of mine.
Give me 2. You Gates, give me 2. We do it.
I'll give you 2. I'll give you
2. I'll give you 2. You'll do it?
You do it? Huh?
No.
Attaboy,
Now let him
Antoine.
have his. You get 2 off of me and him, and you get more than me.
Okay.
All right, we do that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Minus 2 for me, add 2 to him.
Yeah, minus
Add
2 for
4
me,
to
then
him,
2
minus 2 plus 4.
Sounds like they may have a deal.
2,000.
So 2,000 extra here.
No,
No, me.
Minus 2,000 plus 2,000.
No, plus 4, because he's
Four.
giving
Yeah, I'm going to give him 2,000 off of mine.
Plus 4, and
Plus
then
4.
yours, and then
Because it's staying the same.
staying the same.
Smart
All right,
man,
we're all in
Antoine.
agreement?
Yeah.
Okay, boys.
All right, so that is the agreement. Yeah, just so you guys know, this is.
So I get 6.
So
right,
you
hold
will
on.
get 68, 728, 68, 739, 71, 971, 92, 796.
Yeah. Ooh, you the man,
Can we play for the ring?
Oh, come on.
Okay.
And I'm
Yeah, I'm tired too. You keep the trophy, can I
So
keep one?
92, 71, 68,
Come on, let me get one,
68.
man.
Correct.
I'm
Yep.
kidding. Yesterday was my birthday, man. Come on, man. What the heck, man?
How many guys?
And by the way, it was his birthday yesterday. It was his 50th birthday.
Well, look,
He spent his best bet
okay, but
playing
listen.
PLO.
We got that main event seat. You got to play for us. Let's shake on that.
All right, so yeah, that's going to be it, guys. They did agree to a chop. So just to recap, this is what the payouts now as of the chop. Antoine is going to be your RunGood main event winner, taking home the trophy and the ring, and $92,796 up top for first. Demas is going to be taking home $71,971. Chuck, no chop Chuck until now, $68,739 for him. And then Sal is going to be taking home $68,728 for him. So those are the official chop payouts
And the
from
dream
this main
seat
event. Yep, and
for
yep,
Antoine.
exactly. Antoine does get the dream seat as well. So
And the care package.
A lot of it.
In his name. Mm-hmm. So good job to all 4 guys, or, well, everybody that played the tournament. But great job on the chop with these guys. Good job by Best Bet, by all the staff.
And great job by RunGood as well. It was great seeing everyone battle it out today.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Thanks for having us.
Absolutely, guys. And again, we'll be back at it on Best Bet Live on Friday night. We'll be back with some cash game action. Then also, guys, don't forget, we're going to be doing a meetup game with the Best Bet Live crew down at Best Bet St. Augustine on Wednesday, April 5th. Cards will be in the air at noon for that, playing some 1-3 no limit hold'em and some 1-2 PLO. Until then, guys, y'all take care. Be easy. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time on Best Bet Live. And once again, thank you so much to the RunGood guys coming through, and it was fun hosting their tournament series here at Best Bet Jacksonville. Appreciate you guys always hanging out with us. We'll see you guys next time. Take care. Be easy.